President Huey-Kang, National Health Research Institute, Vice President Shan-Chwen, National Taiwan University, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Ministry of Health and Welfare, I'm honored to join the 2023 International Conference for Healthy Aging and Biomarkers, and have the opportunity to discuss issues with outstanding experts in this field. This forum marks the second year of the annual international conference hosted by National Center of Geriatrics and Welfare Research of the National Health Research Institute. Population aging is the health challenge. Taiwan is facing the problem of a rapidly aging population, and the proportion of a population aged 65 and over is estimated to reach 21% by 2026, making Taiwan a super-aged society. In 2017, as the need for long-term care services increased, Taiwan launched the 10-year long-term care plan 2.0 to implement a community-based comprehensive care system and provide services to the elderly. Not only the services capacity increased and the coverage expanded, but also preventive care for healthy aging was addressed, and the onset of disability was delayed. The long-term care 2.0 offered home health care and home hospice care as well. As of July 2023, nearly 13,000 services facility was placed in the community-based comprehensive care system under the long-term care 2.0 program, which was increased by 17.8 times compared to 2016. The number of care workers reached about 100,000 under the long-term care 2.0 program, which was increased by 3.8 times compared to 2016. Moreover, about 500,000 people under the long-term care services, with the coverage rate of nearly 80% during the one-year period between August 2022 and July 2023, which was increased by 5.4 times compared to 2016. Additionally, the Ministry of Health and Welfare has been promoting quality improvement in long-term care services. Well, we have amended the Long-Term Care Services Act, launched programs to improve the efficiency and management, professional skills, and the workforce capabilities in long-term care institutions. The government will continue to work toward the goal of aging in place. Lastly, I am pleased to see many distinguished experts here are willing to share their experiences to address these critical issues. I would like to express my gratitude to you all for your dedication and wish you all good health and happiness. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Hsueh, for an encouraging talk.
Good morning. Welcome to this 2023 International Conference for Health Aging and Biomarkers, which is co-organized by National Health Research Institute and the National Taiwan University. So on behalf of the National Health Research Institute and the organized committee, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to all of our distinguished guests, including our speakers, moderators, and all the participants. Particularly, I would like to say a special appreciation to our Minister Hsueh. Without his support, we won't be able to have these exciting programs. So as you know, the NHRI, supported by Taiwan government, mainly by Ministry of Health and Welfare, we were established in 1996. We are a mission-oriented research institute, similar to NIH in United States. So now we have 8 different research institutes and 5 research centers, including the National Institute for Cancer Research, National Institute for Infectious Diseases and Vaccinology, and the National Institute for Environmental Health Sciences, and so on. So in past 2 decades, I think the NHI not only contributes the advancement for biomedical science in Taiwan, but also brought a specific significant impact on health policy decision, on clinical practice and the guideline, and ultimately the well-being in individuals and communities in Taiwan. So we are so excited we can organize this program with the National Taiwan University, and we can listen to many experts from different countries, from Japan, from Korea, from Malaysia, from United States, from Canada, and from Ireland. So through these programs, we can facilitate our dialogue to enhance our idea exchange, to set up the better collaboration, and we expect we can have great achievement in the biomedical research and the translational medicine for geriatrics research. So finally, I would like to thank our organized committee, particularly the Professor Xu Zhichen and his team member. Without their effort, we won't be able to have these exciting programs. So finally, hope everyone can enjoy the program in these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you for Professor Sytwu's talk.
Dear Mr. Hsueh, President Sytwu of National Health Research Institute, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my honor to have the chance to speak welcome remarks in this opening section. On behalf of the National Taiwan University, one of the co-organizers of this international conference, I would like to express a sincere and warm welcome to all of you to participate in this conference. I would also like to express a deep appreciation to all the guest speakers come from different parts of the world. Without your support and participation, this conference will not be possible. Thank you so much for taking such a long trip to come to Taiwan to join this conference on site. After several years of COVID-19 pandemic, we finally can have the international conference with all the participants sit together, share experience, and discuss face-to-face. It's really a wonderful thing. Minister Hsueh already mentioned the problem of aging world and the importance of how to face in the world. I will not repeat them. And President Sytwu also explained the very important role of National Health Research Institute in Taiwan for our government, our general population health. However, I would like to say something about the new center of the National Health Research Institute, the National Center for Geriatric and Welfare Research. This center plays a very important role to organize this international conference. This center, I should say, this center is quite a new research center, established 2 years ago with a fully budget support from Taiwan government. It belongs to National Health Research Institute of Taiwan, but it is located at the Yuan-Han campus of National Taiwan University. Last year, during the 2022 International Conference, I have already explained the reasons why this center is located in our campus in Yuan-Han County. Today, we have many new guests join the conference first time. So I would like to explain the reason why this center was built up in the Yuan-Han campus of National Taiwan University. The most important reason is because there is a second highest proportion of the elderly population in Yuan-Han County compared to all other counties and cities of Taiwan. Another important reason is because in our Yuan-Han campus, there is a very good hospital, the Yuan-Han Branch Hospital of National Taiwan University Hospital. Therefore, it is believed that many of the research for this center will be easily applied and tested in the real world of the elder senior community. In addition, with a good university hospital nearby, many studies can be easy to get support from the hospital. I believe this center will run very well and have prospective research results in the future, especially with the support from our government, Ministry of Health and Welfare. In the coming 2 days, I believe all the participants will learn each other through the presentation from the guest speaker and local experts, and the discussion among the participants. I hope everybody will enjoy this conference very much. I would also like to take this opportunity to say thanks to all members of the organizing committee. Thank you very much for arranging this wonderful conference with all the important topics related to healthy aging and biomarkers. Lastly, but not the least, hope this conference will be very successful and all the guest speakers will have a very wonderful stay in Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhang's talk. So now the conference morning session will start now. So the first session will be co-chaired by Vice President of Huey-Kang, who is the Vice President of National Health Research Institutes. And another chair will be Professor Xu Zhichen, who is the Executive Director of NHRI. So let's welcome them.
So good morning. This morning session will be chaired by myself and Professor and Dr. Xu Zhichen. Another co-chair, Professor Lin Zhengjie, he had a personal conflict, cannot attend this morning. So I particularly appreciate Professor Xu. He actually the key person to organize this international conference. So without any delay, let me introduce our first guest speaker, Professor Kenji Toba. Professor Kenji Toba is the executive advisor to the president of the National Center for Geriatrics and Gerontology, NCGG in Japan. And currently, he is the CEO of Tokyo Metropolitan Institute for Geriatrics and Gerontology. Those are TMIG. And furthermore, he's the chair-elect of the IAGG-AOR. I heard he had a very successful conference in Yokohama these 3 years. So today we are honored to have Professor Toba to deliver the speech of Japan's Dementia Basic Law 2023. This act actually in particular importance aim to help people with dementia and their dignity and live in a life of comfort. So according to the Japanese government estimate, there will be about 7 million people in Japan with dementia, or about 1 in 5 people over the age of 65 will be suffering from dementia by the time of 2025. So as we know, this situation could happen in any aging society. So it is valuable to learn from Japan's experiences in addressing these issues. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Professor Kenji Toba.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for introducing me so kindly. I will start the session, my speak. Today, I would like to introduce recent movement of Japanese government for healthy longevity and Dementia Act. My working place, Tokyo Metropolitan Institute for Geriatrics and Gerontology, was established 152 years ago by Eiichi Shibusawa. His photo will be printed in new 10,000 yen bill in 2024. In Southeast Asia, the shape of population pyramid of developing countries have been rapidly changing from triangle to bottle, as if chasing after super-aged society of Japan, and this figure is Tokyo Metropolitan. In the slide, horizontal axis show GDP per capita, and vertical axis show the average lifespan. Size of circle represents the population of the country. Japan shown in blue arrow show improvement of longevity by economic growth before World War II. This nice trend was broken by disaster of World War II in red arrow. At that time, the mean lifespan is only 30 years old. The economic bounce back recovery after World War II brought amazing increase in healthy life expectancy. These trends were accelerated by the introduction of universal health care, medical insurance of all nations in 1961. And further improvement was achieved by the introduction of long-term care insurance in 2000. Finally, two main challenges are dementia and frailty. Both of them are main targets of geriatric medicine. This rapid aging in Asia influences the prevalence of dementia. Increasing speed of dementia in East Asia is fastest in the world. It is amazing. The number of people with dementia in Japan is ever increasing. In 2040, the number of people who with dementia will be 9 million. Furthermore, the number of persons with mild cognitive impairment will be also 9 million. In a super-aged society, a small number of working people need to support persons with frailty or cognitive decline. Only 3 working people should support 1 dementia or MCI in 2040. The solution is only 2. First, increase the number of children
However, recent trend of the special total fatality rate in Asia Oceania region have decreased year by year. Second solution is increase the number of healthy older persons to work longer. Clearly, our mission is second. And to complete the mission, we need scientific, technological, and cultural wisdom to share with you. In January 2015, Japanese government announced a revised version of dementia measure, so-called New Orange Plan. Final hearing after integration of public comment, Prime Minister Abe invited medical representative Yokokura, President of Japan Medical Association, as well as research representative Toba. At that time, I worked for NCGG. December 2018, Cabinet meeting for promoting dementia measure was held. New Orange Plan was revised and upgraded June 2019. Along with the new framework on dementia care, I have chaired the expert meeting of new framework on dementia care. Finally, this year, during the Asian Congress 2023, Dementia Control Act, so-called Basic Law, done. Expert meeting chaired by Prime Minister Kishida for the law has started from September 2023. It's a very small photo. However, you can see the Professor Iwatsubo here, and me, and see the person with cognitive decline, early onset Alzheimer disease, Miss Fujita. This is a busy slide, I'm sorry. The aim is to obtain well-being of persons with cognitive decline, paying attention to their dignity by promoting prevention of dementia. And the mission of the policy is person-centered against stigma, living well in the community. And it's important, jurisdiction of law, the local government and local government, provider of medical welfare service, and also all Japanese people. And in the please see the third, education, barrier-free job, and prevention, education, early detection, early service. And the promotion of research include prevention, diagnosis, therapy, rehabilitation, and long-term care. And finally, it's very important, Prime Minister is the top of the policy promoting headquarters. Headquarters is responsible to establish the dementia measure and timetable. However, for example, Japan has advantages such as nationwide healthcare insurance and long-term care insurance, and for clinical research, imaging infrastructure is quite rich in Japan. For example, MRI is much frequent compared to the United States. On the other hand, number of people with dementia in OECD countries is shown in right upper panel. Japan has almost same number as USA and 3 times larger than UK, Germany, and France. However, research investing money is much smaller than European countries. Recently, USA increased public research money for dementia up to more than $2,000 million. This figure is 100 times greater than Japan. In Japanese, very small quantities compared as suzume no namida, or teardrops of sparrow, which means drops in the bucket. We repeatedly ask government to change the policy of public research money, but the good news, some kind of grant go to the NCGG, I heard yesterday. By the great help of Tokyo Metropolitan Government, we established the Integrated Research Initiative for Living Well with Dementia as the Tokyo Metropolitan Institute for Geriatrics and Gerontology, started in 2020. In the iLIDE project,
we have newly started collecting biological samples and medical information from healthy elderly individuals in the community and MCI patients in hospitals with their consent. Biological samples such as plasma, serum, CSF, and brain stored with quality control or biobank and brain bank. Some Taiwanese researchers are coming to our center and looking around the brain bank. Accompanying medical information and omics data as a data bank can be utilized for research institutions. In development, utilizing AI, we are making progress in diagnostic assistance using image information, facial expression, and the development of emotional support, conversational robot, I shortly can introduce today. Then I talk about early detection and prevention. Lancet Committee has revised the infographics, adding new risks such as alcohol consumption in middle life and air pollution in later life. Anyway, at least 1/3 of Alzheimer's disease can be prevented or delayed, reducing risks during whole life. Incidence of dementia has been decreased in main OECD countries. These results encourage the Dementia Preventive Action Plan. Prevalence of dementia has also decreased in UK, USA, Germany, and Spain. On the other hand, in Japan and Sweden, prevalence of dementia was still increasing. But we got a very good news. By Hisayama-cho study, most famous longitudinal cohort study in Japan, prevalence of dementia begin to decrease. The incidence of dementia will be affected by prevalence of risks. How is the trend in Japan? Diabetes mellitus secularly increased both men and women. Hypertension in middle age was improved in women, but not in men. Similarly, obesity was less frequent in women, but increased in men. Smoking is secularly decreased both men and women. Frequency and mean time of exercise are increasing year by year. Average years of education has been longer and there are no sex differences. Thus, especially in women, except diabetes, risks for dementia have been reduced. These data suggest in near future, the incidence of dementia will be smaller than before, at least in women. So far, the data from National Long-Term Care Insurance is a signal for coming decreasing incidence of dementia. This slide shows the incidence of moderate to severe dementia who need assistance for activity of daily living, except over 95 years old, incidence of dementia was decreased during recent 3 years. Similarly, in United States, in 5.4 million older people over 65, number of persons with serious cognitive dysfunction decreased by 13% in men and 23% in women in recent 10 years. We would like to know the mechanisms underlying the decrease in the incidence of Alzheimer's disease. In the community, about 30% of mild cognitive impairment will revert to cognitive normal. On the other hand, in the clinic, only 10% or more are reverted, and 10% of MCI are converted to dementia. We would like to know the reason of these differences by using brain imaging and biomarkers. Several years ago, a research group of NCGG, including me, has reported a novel plasma biomarker for Alzheimer's disease in Nature. Notably, their biomarker predict the positivity of amyloid deposition, which was determined by PET, about 90% accuracy. And the area under the curve was so high, about 95%, shown in this slide, cooperated with the Nobel Prize winner Koichi Tanaka. For CSS biomarker, P-tau181 is a good differential biomarker of AD from other main cause of dementia such as DLB and FTLD. Recent good news is CSS biomarker amyloid and tau was covered by National Health Insurance next January. To address these immediate medical needs, IRIDE is developing simple and accurate biomarkers in collaboration with companies. As a specific example, we are advancing clinical research on the early detection method for dementia using eyeglass type wearable with eye movement sensor and olfactory system. Another wearable watch project was presented tomorrow by Professor Obuchi. In our center, several PET studies only for research-oriented diagnosis are available. These include not only FDG metabolic imaging, amyloid imaging, tau imaging, but also astrocyte imaging for differential diagnosis of non-AD neurodegenerative disorders. This is ongoing determination of MCI reversion and conversion project. Participants take examination for determining amyloid tau and neurodegenerative classification, ATN classification by amyloid imaging, MRI, and biomarkers. Further, using a new neuroimaging technique, we'd like to find out early stage of other neurodegenerative disorders. Please see this area. You can see the AGD disease and semantic type FTLD and CBD and small infection, PSP, and behavior type FTLB, so-called PIC disease. We can discriminate such a so many number of neurodegenerative disease by using this astroglia imaging. So far, 400 or more participants gathered. We are cooperated with NCG by Professor Arai. NCGG participants much more, maybe 500 people. Total 900 people joined this reversion and conversion project, longitudinal study. So big project. I already got 100 more imaging. We would like to show you your preliminary data of amyloid imaging in 149 cases of normal control or MCI. About 10% are early stage or preclinical AD. On the other hand, 2/3 of subjects are normal or non-AD by PET imaging and MRI-oriented neurodegenerative detection. These results can partly explain the difference of the rate of reversion between community and clinic. Then I talk about dementia in place and the prevention of BPSD. Although Japanese government, Ministry of Health and Welfare, prepared a lot of structure-based systems. However, caregivers and the persons with dementia were not satisfied by the service because of the service is not enough for the difficulty and to secure calm and active life in the community. We need more, another. most serious problem and challenges dementia in place is lack of care workers in care institutions covered by long-term care insurance. Already, the number of shortage is more than 200,000. This figure will be tripled in 2045. In response to the lack of public care resources, in 2090, 100,000 people decided to leave their job because of care for their parents. It's very serious. Responding to this situation, we have developed an AI-assisted chatbot. Using reminiscence method, we taught the main information of the user, such as the birth and birthplace, and famous product and the festival or birthplace. User and chatbot started to conversate, and AI learns and gather more information related to the user. Preliminary impression of the user with cognitive decline is fun. Caregivers told me he spoke much more actively than in home. Clinical trial has just started this fall.
23日
It's my voice. Because recently I
鳥羽健二さん、
recognize
お
my
誕生日は4
forgetfulness.
月23日ですね。よろしくお願いします。残暑も和らぎ過ごしやすくなりましたね。まだまだ暑いです
We talk more than 15 or 20 minutes to conversate. So
はい。両国国技館へ見に行ったことありますか
I'll skip this. Thus, age-friendly or dementia in place is complex with a lot of challenges. These challenges wait every related people to gather, join. In Oba City, where National Center for Geriatrics and Gerontology is located, not only medical and welfare sector, but administration, bank, insurance, light, gas and water, delivery bus, taxi, and media has joined to create dementia in place. During group working, they discussed their role and possible contribution. Their consciousness were altered, get a real awareness. This is the final slide. Finally, in response to limited and decreasing human resources for dementia, we have started to social resource repositioning. These resources, located unanimously all over Japan, can be alternative dementia care power by education and enlightenment. For example, dementia support doctors, the number is counted more than 20,000, are distributed all over Japan. They work as teachers for general practitioners about dementia diagnosis and care. Lack of space for social inclusion for persons with dementia, we proposed and examined the effectiveness of sermon and coordination of talk in their temple rooms. We hope in future this utilization of new resource can be new biomarker as social resource repositioning. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Professor Toba. Then review of your successful implementation of the basic law for dementia in Japan, as well as several new biomarkers and image study. And he also pointed to the main challenge in front of us, how to proceed and continue the dementia research. Let's give him a big applause again for your excellent speech. Thank you. So it's my great honor to introduce our second speaker, which will be delivered by Professor Gustavo Duque. Professor Duque is the chair in geriatric medicine and director of Luis in McGill Center of Excellency in sustainable health for seniors at McGill University in Canada. Today we are privileged to have him give a lecture entitled Geroscience's Approach to the Development of Biomarkers for Age-Related Diseases. Actually, in aging society, achieving healthy aging has been always a key goal. But it's not just about living longer. It's about slowing down the effect of aging on our bodies and keep things working smoothly as we get older. So the Geroscience's approach focuses on slowing down the aging process itself and could help to prevent or delay many different age-related diseases at the same time. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Professor Dang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the nice introduction. It's a pleasure to be here in Taiwan. I love coming here. When I received this kind invitation, I was very happy because this is a great opportunity to have a very solid scientific exchange, but at the same time to catch up with very good friends not only from here, from Taiwan, but also from all over Asia. So today we're going to talk a little bit about the geroscience approach and how we understand the development of biomarkers from the geroscience perspective. And I'm sure that you are familiar with the way of how biomarkers are validated and developed. You know that there is first the biomarker discovery, which involves the biological demonstration that there is an association between a disease or several diseases and a biological phenomenon. And this is demonstrated, and here you can see some of the challenges that people find to do that, and we find that in the lab is demonstrated usually by animal models or biological samples, and then we have to go into the analytical validation, which goes into groups that may have the disease or may have the condition or several conditions, and we can demonstrate that there is the presence of the biomarker is there. There are biomarkers that we can demonstrate are indicators of good health, and other biomarkers that are indicators of predictors of adverse outcomes and disease. And then the clinical validation, which usually we do through cohorts, and the previous presentation was a clear example of how we identify these biomarkers in this kind of cohorts, and then the regulatory qualification, approval, and use in practice. What I'm going to show today, and I'm going to share some of the studies that we have done so far at McGill, and when I was in Melbourne and in Australia before, most of these biomarkers have reached the point of clinical validation. So I didn't want to bring biomarkers that are already established in clinical practice, because I think that for the purposes of this conference, I think that I would like to share with you the new upcoming biomarkers. And for those of you who are not familiar with the concept of geroscience, this is becoming a hot topic now in geriatric medicine. The concept is relatively simple, is that through geroscience, we look at different mechanisms, biological mechanisms, that are shared by several age-related conditions. So we don't look at, and from the geroscience perspective, we don't look at separate entities, separate diseases, and try to look at biomarkers for that separate disease, or therapies for the separate diseases. We try to identify through the biological components, we try to identify treatments and of course biomarkers that will facilitate the interventions that target several conditions at the same time. It's cost effective, and we think that is probably the future of geriatric medicine. And geroscience, the concept of geroscience goes around this, what we call the hallmarks of aging. So you can see, initially there were 6, now there were like 8, and now I think there are 12, and hopefully we're not going to increase it more, because then we will have to, we'll make the geroscience field very complex. But you can see some of these are, for instance, dysbiosis, which relates a lot of microbiome. You can see genomic instability. So I will not go into all of these, mitochondrial dysfunction, because I was looking at the program for this conference, and several of the presentations will relate to one or a few of these hallmarks of aging. What I will try to do in this 20 minutes or so, I'm going to share with you some examples of how we have approached and how we have tried to develop some biomarkers using or targeting these new hallmarks of aging. So the first one, for instance, just to give you a first example, is fat. Fat infiltration, and here the example, because my lab works a lot on muscle and bone, but this is, I brought you some examples that we understand that when fat infiltrates, and this, I'm not talking here about obesity, I'm talking here about this fat that is abnormal, that infiltrates the muscle and bone, for instance, and I will show you also a couple of examples of other organs that are infiltrated by fat, but at the same time, we know that it relates to inflammation, it relates to metabolic dysfunction, and nutrient sensing that is affected. So these are three hallmarks that we can target just by measuring fat or characterizing the fat that infiltrates the muscle and bone. And why is that important? Well, because we know that fat cells that infiltrate these organs come from the same precursor, the mesenchymal stem cell. So if the mesenchymal stem cell is affected by aging or by the disease, then we are going to have a predominant differentiation of those cells into fat. And that fat starts infiltrating the muscle, bone, and interestingly, it starts infiltrating other organs. So if we have less differentiation of stem cells into fat, let's say we have healthy bones and healthy muscle, so the presence or absence of fat in those organs will be a good indicator of healthy aging and healthy longevity. So, and this is what we see, you know, when we look at a sarcopenic muscle, this is what we see, lots of fat infiltrating not only around the muscle, but also inside the fiber. We have the same phenomenon in the bone marrow of osteoporotic bone. And what we did, trying to understand and to identify what are the consequences of this fat in these organs, and also trying to identify whether we can use fat as a biomarker for health-related conditions. Because again, it has a very strong inflammatory effect. So what we did was we evaluated the fat content. We did a complete lipidomic analysis. This is in mice, in aged mice, of fat that infiltrates the muscle, fat that infiltrates the bone, and we compare it to the serum lipids. And basically what we found is that marrow and muscular fat are very similar, very toxic, and very inflammatory. That approach allowed us to identify potential components of this fat that we can in the future, and at this moment we are evaluating that in humans, we can understand and use as a biomarker for at least for 2 or 3 different age-related conditions. And because their similarities, what happened in the bone with the presence of this fat versus what happens in the muscle in the presence of the fat is very similar. It's a catabolic state, inflammatory state, lipotoxic state. As I say, we are trying to identify which are those pro-inflammatory specific factors that are present in the fat at the same time in muscle and bone that deteriorates the function of these organs and also affect other organs and in general induce systemic inflammation. But that's not the only thing we do. We also try to quantify it. It's not only to look at the composition, but we can measure it. Now we're using a software that can quantify the bone marrow fat, all the yellow components here, in any imaging, in CT scans, in MRIs, we can quantify it and we can determine the risk of having adverse events by quantifying the fat infiltration, not only in bone, but also in muscle, just with imaging. Something that we developed also with, as another way of approaching it This is a collaboration with a group in Norway, Dag Arsland and his group. They have these longitudinal cohorts in dementia. And we say, okay, why not quantify fat infiltration in the masseters or in the tongue as a biomarker for deterioration and dementia, people with dementia, or a predictor of adverse outcomes in older persons living with dementia. And we have been able to demonstrate with high accuracy, this is a paper is in press at this moment in the Journal of Cachexia, Sarcopenia and Muscle, that just by measuring fat infiltration in the tongue and in the masseters, we are able to predict adverse outcomes in these patients. The next step now is to use and profit from artificial intelligence and deep learning. So now we have a deep learning model that we validated that can analyze around 2,000 scans per week and is able to predict all these adverse events in longitudinal cohorts. So I invite you, you have in your cohorts, you have imaging and you are interested on helping us to validate this deep learning model, you are more than welcome to contact me and collaborate. Second example, tryptophan metabolism. I will go quicker here, but we know that tryptophan is an amino acid that is essential, that is metabolized by the microbiota. So we have this biosis, the metabolism of this tryptophan will be affected. We know that in high levels of inflammation, we also have alterations. And why is that important? Why we look at tryptophan? Well, this is a very interesting example of how there is a connection between the gut and the brain, because the tryptophan is metabolized into serotonin, which is probably the better known metabolite of tryptophan, but it's also a metabolite, or mostly metabolite, through the kynurenine pathway. And what happens when we have a situation when there is bad aging, when there is a lot of inflammation, when we have a dysfunctional microbiota? Well, what we have is that a lot of kynurenine is produced, and kynurenine is a terrible metabolite that is clearly associated with unhealthy aging, because it affects different components of aging. It affects stem cells. So remember that stem cells depletion, that is one of the hallmarks of aging. It also associates with chronic inflammation or inflammation. So if we have too much kynurenine, we have unhealthy aging. What we have also looked at is that tryptophan has also a good metabolite, that is the picolinic acid, one of the end metabolites. So in conditions of healthy aging, healthy microbiota, not in too much inflammation, the pathway ends up producing metabolites that are anabolic, which we have demonstrated to be anabolic in bone. I will not go into all the details. And we have been demonstrated that it's anabolic in muscle. So if we have good levels of this anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, anabolic metabolites from the tryptophan, then we can demonstrate that it has a biological impact on healthy aging. So what we have done in humans, we have evaluated more than 14 metabolites of the kynurenine pathway, and we have been able to demonstrate and to validate these metabolites as indicators or predictors of adverse outcomes, as an indicator of healthy aging. So we have, as I already mentioned, all these ratios that are anabolic. Then we have better function, mobility, and less frailty. If we have the more kynurenine type of metabolites, we have unhealthy aging, and we have more frailty. So this is another example of this kind of the use of geroscience to identify that. The next one, again very quickly, stem cells exhaustion, which is one of the major ones that I have already mentioned before. And for this, I have done these studies with my postdoc, Jack Feehan, which, by the way, is not my son, but he's my postdoc. He did a PhD only on these kind of stem cells. We focus on these particular populations, circulating osteoprogenitors, known as COP cells. These are very interesting cells. These COP cells are in the circulation. They come from the bone marrow. Now we know that they come from the bone marrow. They are stem cells that are in the circulation, that are in our bloodstream, and we can quantify it by flow cytometry. Very simple way to do it. Why we are interested in this as an indicator of stem cell exhaustion with aging? Because we have found that low levels of COP cells are associated with osteosarcopenia, with low bone and muscle mass. We know that low levels of COP cells are associated with frailty. We already published that a while ago. So this could be an indicator, a good biomarker of healthy and unhealthy aging, particularly in the context of mobility, osteosarcopenia, and frailty. So this recent paper that we summarized, in this paper we summarize all the evidence that we have at this moment. We have already characterized these cells. We know that there are stem cells. They go down with aging, but in particular they go down mostly with unhealthy aging. And to finalize, we have the final group, or the other group of biomarkers that we are exploring from the geroscience perspective, which is telomerase activity and epigenetic clock. So we know that there are epigenetic alterations, there is telomere alterations as well in unhealthy aging. So we are looking at this moment at two very interesting biomarkers. One of them is the Dunedin pace, which is a DNA methylation, which seems to be the best predictor of adverse outcomes. It's becoming a very hot topic at this moment. And we are, through different cohorts, very much longitudinal cohorts, we have collected data so far, including the UK Biobank and other big biobanks. We have collected data from about 1.2 million people, where we are analyzing all these biomarkers, particularly from the perspective of the DNA methylation, but also, and I will just go straight to this one, also we have just finalized this study from the UK Biobank, analyzing 20,000 participants in the UK Biobank, where we found that telomere length was positively associated with greater muscle volume in both sexes, and interestingly, it's a very good indicator of healthy aging. So if we have good telomere length, definitely we have better muscle mass, mobility, independence, and less frailty. So I just wanted to share with you 4 examples of what we are doing at this moment from the geroscience perspective. So the geroscience approach could provide a set of robust biomarkers. If we look from this perspective of different components of hallmarks of aging, most of the methods are already there, so we don't have to create the methods. We just have to provide the samples and get the good rationale, and we can use all these longitudinal cohort studies. So with this, I would like to thank you again for the invitation, and in particular thanks to all our collaborators around the world who have helped us to develop these studies, and of course and thank to the people who paid the bill for all these studies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Oh, thank you, Professor Dance, for your excellent speech covering the new potential biomarker in the aging studies. So again, please keep your question until the panel discussions.
Let me introduce our third speaker, Professor John Morris. Professor John Morris is a distinguished professor of neurology at Washington University School of Medicine, USA. He is also the director of Charles and Joanne Knight Alzheimer's Disease Research Center. It's our honor and a pleasure to have Professor Morris to give us a lecture about Alzheimer's biomarkers in healthy aging predict cognitive neuropathological outcomes. Professor Morris' research focuses in dementia, geriatric neurology, neurodegenerative disease, and cognitive function. He will discuss the use of the molecular biomarkers, specifically A-beta and tau proteins, as a reliable indicators for Alzheimer's disease neuropathology even in asymptomatic individuals. Let's welcome Professor Morris.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to join this very this conference. I'd like to thank particularly National Health Research Institute and the other sponsors, as well as the organizing committee. So here are my disclosures. Our research is supported primarily by grants from the National Institute on Aging, part of the National Institutes of Health in Bethesda, Maryland, and I have no conflicts with pharma or biotech companies. I want to acknowledge that I think a reason that I'm here is because of my association with John Yang from Kaohsiung University. John came to visit us in 2000. So we had a long and productive association, and I thank him very much for his support. Information that I'm going to present here today, of course, are done by a team at Washington University in the Knight Alzheimer's Disease Research Center, and I want to acknowledge particularly Tammy Benzinger, Rick Perrin, Suzanne Schindler, Kenji Zhang, and Justin Long. And Justin published the data that I'll be presenting in the first part of this presentation. So the purpose of this conference in large part is to try to think of ways and develop strategies to promote a vital and geriatric society, so that we have people who are thriving rather than than affected by disease. And of course, we have to address then, to achieve that goal, really global aging health issues. And among those health issues, one of the most, perhaps the most challenging, is that of Alzheimer's disease. So we, over the past 2 or so decades, have developed a paradigm wherein we look at Alzheimer's disease as a entity that really has a long asymptomatic period. We call it preclinical Alzheimer's disease, wherein the pathophysiologic changes are beginning in the brain, but have not yet caused enough neuronal or synaptic damage such that brain function fails and dementia appears. The reason we've been able to identify this preclinical Alzheimer's disease in cognitively normal older adults is because in the past 2 decades or so, we've introduced molecular biomarkers of this pathophysiologic Alzheimer process, both imaging biomarkers as well as fluid biomarkers, primarily cerebral spinal fluid. And we know that the first abnormality is a dysregulation of amyloid levels in the cerebral spinal fluid. And as I say, this may begin some 20 or more years before dementia appears. It is then followed by amyloid imaging positivity, and then later on by elevation of cerebral spinal fluid tau. So in this paradigm, the symptomatic phase of Alzheimer's disease, which lasts some 7 to 10 years, is really the end stage of this long process. And although there now is hope for disease-modifying therapies for people with symptomatic Alzheimer's disease, our idea is it would be much more effective to try to prevent this end-stage symptomatic phase of Alzheimer's disease by identifying the preclinical stage of Alzheimer's using biomarkers and then intervening with agents that can halt this pathophysiologic process and at least delay, if not prevent, Alzheimer's dementia. So the molecular biomarkers of Alzheimer's disease include amyloid and tau PET imaging, as well as cerebral spinal fluid, and now plasma measures of the major proteins that are disrupted, amyloid beta and tau. We know that using biomarkers that about 30% of cognitively normal people age 70 and over are positive for one or more of these biomarkers. The question is, when in the lifespan do the biomarkers first become apparent? And as I mentioned, we think this is at least 20 years before symptoms occur. So if people over 70 are the predominant age at which people dement, that means the biomarker positivity may begin at age 50 or even younger. So we have always been studying people 65 and older, but for the past 20 years, we've initiated an adult children's study of middle-aged individuals, age 40 and over, and in fact can find amyloid abnormality beginning at about age 45. Biomarker positivity is now mandatory for individuals who want to participate in clinical trials of potential Alzheimer therapies, and now for the approved disease-modifying therapies for Alzheimer's disease. The first such drug, lecanemab, was approved in the United States in July of this year. But you must demonstrate that people have abnormal amyloid, because lecanemab is an anti-amyloid antibody, and you don't want to administer it to people who do not have the target. So we use biomarkers quite a bit to understand the course of Alzheimer's disease and now for therapeutic purposes. But few studies have validated these molecular biomarkers with the cognitive and neuropathologic outcomes. So that's what I'd like to present here. A study of cognitively normal individuals who had one or both of the imaging and fluid biomarkers. These individuals were aged 42 to 91 at their initial examination. They either had amyloid PET scan or they had CSF measures. We used the phosphorylated tau at 181 to A beta 42 ratio to identify people with a positive biomarker signal for Alzheimer's disease. So we assessed whether these individuals who had biomarkers and were positive, did they progress to cognitive impairment eventually? And for those who came to autopsy, did they have the neuropathologic findings of Alzheimer's disease? We used the Alzheimer's disease neuropathologic change criteria and required them to have at least intermediate or high likelihood that the Alzheimer's pathology was responsible for the dementia. So these are the demographic characteristics of these individuals in this particular study. We had a total of 720, of whom 79% were biomarker negative and 22% were biomarker positive. The biomarker negative individuals, as expected, were younger and had less likelihood of carrying an ApoE4 genotype than the biomarker positive individuals. Note that the mean educational attainment for this sample is essentially a college degree, 16 years of education in both, so this is not a sample that is representative of the general population. There were no sex differences in these two groups, biomarker positive and biomarker negative, and it was predominantly a non-Hispanic white population. About 50% had both amyloid PET and CSF. If they had only one biomarker, they were more likely to have amyloid PET than they were to have cerebrospinal fluid biomarkers. So over time, about 34% of the cognitively normal biomarker positive participants did develop dementia versus about 8% of the biomarker negative participants. For those individuals who were biomarker positive and became demented, the clinical diagnosis was that of Alzheimer's disease in 80%, whereas for the biomarker negative people, it was only 55%. So other factors may be contributing to the progression to dementia in the biomarker negative individuals. The Neuropathologic outcomes, so we had 82 of the 720 individuals die during the study. And of those 82, 70% or number 57 came to autopsy. And here, 91% of the biomarker positive participants had intermediate or high Alzheimer's disease neuropathologic change versus only 8.6% of the biomarker negative persons. Now, if you look here, these are false positive individuals. That is, they were biomarker negative, but did not have sufficient neuropathologic change to meet our criteria for Alzheimer's disease. But notice, this is on amyloid PET, that they are at the very threshold for positivity, so this may be a threshold issue. So for the sensitivity and specificity characterization, individuals in the total sample using both amyloid PET and cerebrospinal fluid had, for predicting neuropathologic Alzheimer's disease, sensitivity was 87%, and specificity 94%. If we use the CSF ratio of p-tau 181 to A-beta 42, note that the specificity is 100%. So we did have a false negative and 2 false positive cases. I've already mentioned that the false negative cases were very close to the cutoff for amyloid positivity, so may suggest that we should change that cutoff value. And I mentioned that the clinical diagnoses in the biomarker negative people who progressed to CDR greater than 0 had clinical diagnoses of non-Alzheimer's disease much more frequently than our biomarker positive people. And we found that neuropathologically as well. For the biomarker positive people, non-Alzheimer pathologies were infrequent, whereas among the biomarker negative people who progressed, they had vascular lesions, TP43, and synucleinopathy. So we concluded that preclinical Alzheimer's disease biomarkers are associated with a significantly increased risk of developing dementia and are highly predictive of intermediate to high Alzheimer's disease neuropathologic change. Now, some of our biomarker positive people did not progress over the time period of our study, and some of them stayed CDR0 for more than 15 years, and this is just consistent with the fact that the duration of preclinical Alzheimer's disease may be 20 years or even longer. Of course, these individuals also may have factors that give their brain resilience to the neuropathologic changes. Now, I already indicated that our sample is not representative of the population, and we do need to study the frequency and predictive value of biomarkers in minoritized groups, not just in non-Hispanic white individuals. And already the little data that we do have that begins to emerge suggests that Black and Hispanic individuals have overall a higher rate of dementia compared to non-Hispanic individuals. But the paradox is, in a few studies, and there have only been a few, Black and Hispanic individuals seem to have a lower rate of amyloid positivity and amyloid burden. So this is important because we want to incorporate Black participants in clinical trials of anti-amyloid or anti-Alzheimer drugs, but to be eligible for the trial, you have to be amyloid positive, and if Blacks have a lower rate of amyloid positivity, they will be underrepresented in the clinical trials. So why would this be the case? Why would, if they have more dementia than whites, why would they have less amyloid or Alzheimer pathophysiology? Well, there are selection biases that are at play. White participants may come from a different source than black participants. And there is the increasing importance and attention to social determinants of health, particularly over a life course where experience of chronic discrimination and racism, lower quality of education may indicate increased risk for Alzheimer's disease. And there may also be genetic variants that affect the biology. And then finally, blacks and Hispanics may have higher rates of other conditions, comorbidities, that may increase risk for non-Alzheimer forms of dementia. Now, I've shown here effective treatments, and I underscore for all patients. These are data from the lecanemab study, and note that that positivity, a positive response, is associated with most individuals, but not for individuals who are ApoE4 homozygous. In addition, note that younger people below 65 may not benefit from the drug, and individuals who are women also may not benefit from the drug, as well as individuals from non-white groups. So again, this is just underscoring the importance of enrolling individuals that represent the population, not just individuals who tend to come into studies such as the one I presented. Now, we have been, as I indicated, doing biomarker studies for 20 years in research cohorts. Now, with the advent of disease-modifying therapies, lecanemab is only the first, others are coming and soon. We must utilize biomarkers much more widely to find out who is eligible for therapy. Biomarker confirmation of amyloid pathology is mandatory in patients being considered for these new treatments. But PET scans are only available at academic medical centers. They're expensive, they have radiation. Cerebral spinal fluid requires spinal tap, lumbar puncture, and these are not going to be widely used in the population. And again, we need to study the entire population, not just individuals who volunteer for longitudinal research. So now there is great interest in and work being done on blood-based biomarkers, these promise much more rapid and accessible diagnosis to determine who is eligible for these treatments. Also, they likely will be much less expensive than PET scans and much more tolerated than a spinal tap. So we have been at Washington University, as well as many other centers, been examining blood-based biomarkers for Alzheimer's disease to determine amyloid status. There are many blood-based biomarker tests in clinical use or under development. I'll mention one because this was developed by my colleagues at Washington University, Dr. David Holtzman and Dr. Randall Bateman, where they had formed a company called C2N, which developed a blood-based biomarker using immunoprecipitation mass spectrometry. And the company has developed this test called Precivityy, first based upon amyloid beta 42 to 40 with ApoE proteoforms, but now they've developed a Precivityy-2, which incorporates the amyloid beta 42 to 40 ratio, but also p-tau 217 and amyloid beta 42, and it has a very strong sensitivity and specificity. But many other companies and platforms are being developed to determine their utility for blood-based biomarkers for Alzheimer's disease. Now, in our hands, what we find is the various tests do show the strongest value for the plasma A-beta 42 to 40 and the p-tau 217. And combined, they have remarkable ability to identify amyloid positive individuals. This is just a overall view of what we can detect first. The the p-tau 217 in the cerebrospinal fluid seems to become abnormal first, some 21 years before people develop cognitive impairment, as indicated by estimated year of onset of impairment. But p-tau 181, which is much more widely used, is also very good at identifying the early stage of the disease. Both p-tau 217 and p-tau 181, even though they are based upon tau, are much better indicators of amyloid deposition than they are of tauopathy. So these are really measures of amyloid. p-tau 205 is a better indicator of tauopathy, p-tau 205. So we should develop these blood-based biomarkers because they will be much more accessible, much better tolerated, and hopefully much cheaper than PET scans and cerebrospinal fluid measures. We think the p-tau 181 to A-beta 42 or the p-tau 217 are the best markers to determine in the CSF amyloid status, and in the plasma that p-tau 181 and p-tau 217 classify amyloid status at the earliest stage. So I think as more disease-modifying therapies come to be available and more individuals are being characterized to determine their eligibility for treatment, we'll see a corresponding increase in the acceptance of blood-based biomarkers for Alzheimer's disease. With that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Morris. Excellent talk. He mentioned a lot of innovative biomarkers, including the amyloid and also blood-based biomarkers to detect early detection for the Alzheimer's disease. If you have any questions, please hold on the last section. We have a discussion section. Let me introduce our He is also the Vice Superintendent and Director of Memory and Aging Center at Kaohsiung Municipal Datong Hospital. Professor Yang's research focus is on the early dementia and the cognitive impairment, pharmacogenetics, and the genetic epidemiology. Today, we have the honor to have Professor Yang to give us a talk about the characteristic of adult children of patients having Alzheimer's dementia in Taiwan. He is going to share updates on his ongoing study about the clinical demographic characteristic, proteomics, and the cerebral PET findings. Let's welcome Dr. Yang.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Professor Hsu. And before my talk, I would acknowledge the National Health Research Institute, and also my center, my university, and also especially to Washington University, my mentor, Professor John Morris. Before I talk, I want to thank John Morris again. As I leaving, he gave me a letter. So today, he kept his promise, come to Taiwan again for his committee. So I will say thank you, Dr. Morris. This is my main mission. We're talking about the association of family tree of dementia patients in Thailand, in Taiwan, and the Asian country. And also we'll address the ApoG genotyping in adult children, plasma protein, amyloid PET, and also the digital intervention. It's a long story and old story. We know that dementia may be developed from 20 years ago before symptom onset. But where is the target? How we can manipulate this target? Maybe you can say that people have 50 years old with diabetes, with hypertension are under risk, but too many patients under risk. So we have to focus on some patients we can manipulate, we can interpret, and we can control. So we can focus on the family tree of dementia patient. We call adult children or AD patient. Actually, we use a uniform data set. The UDS developed from the NIA and ADRC American. NILS-LSA is known to a 3 version. The version 1, we use this version 1 on 2005. We use version 3 recently, so we got a copyright and published data under the UDS. I think the main purpose of UDS is should be collect data in a standard manner and uniform manner. Because so many countries and so many ADRC in America in the world, we should share the data together. This one we published 10 years ago. We have registration data to recruit Asian countries together. At that time, we used the UDS version 1. So we recruit around 2,480 patients. We check in the family tree. Currently 8 for female, 3 for male. It means the family tree is strong indicator for having dementia in the near future in AD patients. The data come from Taiwan. We have 6 centers to collect data. Come from Japan, from Sendai Tohoku University, and Korea University. Also the Thailand, Philippines, Singapore, Indonesia, Hong Kong, and the China. So I think it's the first study to recruit the Asian country together, which report a family tree of this patient. In their study, you can see in Taiwan, mother have dementia around 7, father 3, China 9, 3, Hong Kong 12, 3, Singapore 8, 3, Indonesia, Korea, Japan. They have similar presentation, female predominant around 8 or 3. Around 8, but father around 4. So this is the first study we complete the family tree of AD patient. Recently, we published another publication. We compared the 12-year comparison to check the family tree. This is very interesting in Taiwan. You can see here the infant. Most of infants are children. They are higher educated, but the patient is not changing. The age just around 56. Or 57. This patient, this population could be the risk of dementia in the near future. I will show you the data. We compare the change of family tree after 12 years, that's consistently female predominant. And also the male also have a strong history for having dementia. So it means the dementia patient under risk of dementia is a consistent finding after the case examination in Taiwan. It's a study, I think everyone knows that LOA already, they answer dementia come from not only for identify gene, but a family tree is a strong indicator for having dementia. And even then have a family tree, then we have an early age of symptom onset. The first study, I think, comes from Washington University in St. Louis. Now, Professor John Morris, when I stayed in American, and he told me this study. Then checking the biomarker, clinical history, and psychometry for the adult children of dementia patients, and tracking their clinical course. So then checking the patient from 45 to 74. This data come from WashU. But in Taiwan, we have modified this study because we don't have much more money. So we have to use the age focus on 50 to 74. These people are non-demented. We tracking this annually psychometry, blood biomarker, 3D MRI, PET, EEG, and the AI digital medicine longitudinal study. So I will share the data here. As people come to your clinic, we report the impairment cognition function. So but we have made a small study to show you that patient report the data, they are true impairment. For instance, the CDR0 patient higher report the memory impairment, but actually they are impairment. So we trust the complaint. This is interesting data. So when people when people CDR0, but then report cognitive impairment, we measure that definitely have a positive. So in CDR0 patient we recruit, then definitely report impairment, but then actually they are impairment. So this is one of our criteria. We recruit a CDR0 patient, but a subject complaint memory impairment. So they are recruited to our study. How about the ApoE genotyping? You can see the ACS patient. The higher ApoE positive, similar to AD patient. But higher to normal control, we have this data. So in ApoE genotyping, maybe you can say the ACS is similar to AD in ApoE genotyping, higher to health control. And ApoE4 is quite different. It's higher in Taiwan, in AD Taiwan, but lower compared to Caucasian and Hispanic. So the ApoE4 is positive, it's around 30 in Taiwan. And also, this is very interesting here. The ApoE4 allele in Taiwan compared to Caucasian is low. Also lower to African American and Japanese, but similar to Hispanic. It's we have compared this data. How about the plasma level? Firstly, we use a very interesting new technique we call a micro-Western array to identify many proteomic studies. This is a patient we recruit. They are especially for the age. The AD around 80. This one around 60. This control. They are significant in the age. This is our result. We use the protein chip. We can tell the health control apart from ACS and AD. And also we use the proteomics who can tell you ACS from AD. So currently we use this protein to identify patient ACS at risk of dementia. We have applied the pattern, so we are going to produce the protein chip. In the near future, use the protein chip, you can identify your ACS under risk of dementia. So this is our new cooperation with NHRI. Also, you can look into the plasma biomarker. These are baseline data. For the AC, you are younger, around 55. It's a normal control, is elderly, similar to AD. And we also control the KD score. This score means the AD patient have less cardiovascular factor to develop AD. So if they become AD, the more contributing factor now come from cardiovascular. So definitely, if they become AD, they can maybe amyloid positive, but amyloid associated, not cardiovascular. You can look into this biomarker. You can hear. For A-beta 40, 42, the AC is similar to AD, higher to normal control. Also for P-tau181, similar to AD, higher to normal control. So in plasma level for A-beta 40, 41, and P-tau181, the AC is similar to AD. So maybe I'm considering the AC may be underlying development AD, but without clinical so apparently. But in the near future, then maybe we will present the clinical picture of AD compared to normal control. So I trust the biomarker, especially for P-tau181, could be a good indicator to predict this one. And we look into a very interesting one. We hypothesize that the A-beta 40 and 42 will produce and metabolize under equivalent state. Once this equivalent interrupt, the patient may be developing AD in the near future, but we have to examine this longitudinally. You can see here the normal control. A-beta 40 and 42 are highly correlated. AC correlated, but once the patient has dementia, the correlation interrupt. So maybe this produced metabolic can be equivalent, so patient will not have dementia. The correlation interrupt, maybe will become AD. This is our hypothesis. So far we use the proteomics, use a correlation between 40 and 42, A-beta 40 and 42 to tracking the AD patient. Also you can see the top protein. So that's plasma change. How about the amyloid pattern in the AC patient? It's very high. This is a convenient sample from our AC patient. We have performed 18 amyloid pattern. 8 have amyloid pattern positive. It's a very big impact for this news. If this patient around 55 or 57, then amyloid PET positive beta blood biomarker. I don't know, maybe I can say in the soon near future, this patient will develop clinical AD. So I think the AC should be the target. We should do something to prevent the auto intervention, high amyloid positive. And this amyloid positive not only by visual rating, we also have a very quantified measurement cooperated with the Japan Professor Otsuka. So this impact news for the general population, the adult children, higher risk. So this is the development we use. And how about how to management? We have many non-pharma interventions, but today I will introduce a digital intervention. This data come from MIT. They use 40 Hz gamma oscillation, the flicker, to treat this transgenic mice. The neuropathology will disappear or decrease after this intervention. And then also remove this light outside the animal. The data probably in cell. The neuropathology will also decrease after such intervention. Then consider such a gamma intervention will illustrate the glial cell to focus on A-beta. So this the annual study then completed at MIT. But after that, the Professor Tsai to have become a CEO in the company, then develop a device then called Cognito. This device that have a pilot study, then we will have a left ventricle dilatation and left hippocampus atrophy. Increase the functional connection in DMN and visual network. Better performance in delayed recall of memory test, improve quality of life, then complete the human study. So I would say this is maybe a brand new, new intervention for dementia in the near future. This is my personal lab. You can look. I will show you how the 40 Hz works. In my lab, we use the 40 Hz and sound and light to treat the cell, and we have a significant finding. We are quite different from the American. We try to develop our own technology. This is a 40 Hz light, but I also have a 40 Hz sound. You may consider the sound is noise, but it benefits for the cell. After such intervention, the cell will have an improvement. I'll show you data. We publish this data. This is a 40 Hz light. It flicker, make you uncomfortable. But in American, in MIT, they use this one to treat the patient. So some patients we have been uncomfortable during such intervention. This is our lab. We have do the lab many times. The P1A1 decrease, my sound and light. Also significant in A-beta 42 and 40. After that, we consider how we can make the light more comfortable. So one day, a Taiwan company, we got Delta company, then come to visit me after my talk. Then create a desk lamp. This lamp contains the 40 Hz, but it will not flicker. So people so far use this one are reading at the desk lamp. We test this one also have a better function in decrease of P1A1 and other pathology marker or dementia patient. We publish and submit this data. This light can decrease the secretion of A-beta 42 and inhibit its aggregation in cell study. It also will increase the glial cell to focus on the A-beta. We have a complete study and report this one. So we have also completed this human study. This desk lamp we use in the dementia care unit. We will use this one for 3 months. Now, patients have dementia. So after 3 months intervention, we have looked into the psychometry. Also, the sound is composed of 4 Hz. Is more reasonable. So we can listen to the sound without the noise. So it's a 40 Hz sound and 40 Hz light. We use this one to intervention for dementia patient. That's published data accepted as an oral presentation. After 3 months intervention, such intervention will improve in a MPS scale. So we will decrease the depression and lower the caregiver burden. And we are going to check the plasma biomarker. So I would say this digital intervention may be a new and more comfortable, acceptable for dementia patients. We also have tested this one in depression and sleep disorder. In our center, we have changed the light. All light are changed into the 40 Hz. So patients come to our center, maybe enjoy and feeling the different surrounding. And maybe if next time, if we everyone come to my cultural medical university, we welcome to the center to enjoy the different feeling and surrounding. All of that have become 40 years. So we have remodeled our building. So we have some lessons from the SCS study. I think SCS could be the specific target that we should prevent acute intervention. Then we have a higher proportion of ApoE4 carrier. Then we are the A-beta plasma 40-42 change. Also have P1A1, higher possibility of amyloid positive. Should be examined and cared more casually in the near future. And thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Young's very interesting talk. We can use the light and the sound to prevent our prevention occurrence. Now we open to the audience. If you have any questions, any comments, you can raise your hand, and we invite all of our 4 speakers come up to the stage.
Yes, please identify yourself and ask the questions.
Thank you all for your nice presentation. I have a question to Gustavo. I'm a hidden RI from NGG Japan. You mentioned about the COP cells, the role of COP cells on frailty and osteoporosis. I understand COP cell is associated with osteoporosis, but I'm not so sure what the mechanism that affect the frailty in the presence of low COP cells.
This is a very interesting question because it's not only reduced in osteoporosis, but also in sarcopenia.
Yes.
It's associated with low muscle mass, low bone mass, and it's associated with frailty. What we think is that there is, in the normal aging, there is a steady number of COP cells. That means that there is no stem cell depletion or exhaustion, which is one of the hallmarks. And therefore, and we already looked at healthy volunteers from 20 to 100-year-old, and we found that the population is very steady. But in this kind of stem cell exhaustion, when the population of stem cells tend to go down, then a lower number of those cells reach the circulation. And that's why we clearly find this an indicator of deterioration in muscle, bone, and therefore in the whole frailty context.
So we are working on the effect of mesenchymal stem cells on frailty and sarcopenia. So, but we are not so sure the mechanism. The stem cells might increase the decrease the chronic inflammation, and also maybe provide some good cytokine to improve muscle health. So, do you think you can purify COP cells in the plasma or bone marrow and administer the COP cells to the patients?
I'm smiling because this is exactly what we are doing now. We are, the good thing about stem cells from COP cells is that they can be easily taken from the circulation. You know, we actually take it from the buffet coats, from, you know, the trash that the transfusion and all the other elements are extracted, all the rubbish. In that rubbish, the stem cells go there. So what we do, we extract them, we develop the method to expand them and multiply them, and we are in the process now of starting the clinical trial infusing stem cell, COP cells, not stem cell, COP cells in people with osteosarcopenia and frailty.
But you need a lot of volunteers to collect COP cells if, with a sufficient number?
That's the good thing, is that now we develop the method to expand them. So we can have, even if the normal number of COP cells is 0.8% of our PBMCs, we can produce up to 200 million cells very quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we got a question from there.
So there's a lot of discussion so far about Alzheimer's disease, but in Asians, it seems that, from what I understand, that Alzheimer's disease is not the dominant form of cognitive impairment in these countries. And in fact, it's more primarily vascular related. So how do these biomarkers that you're talking about relate to prediction or identification of treatment for that large part of the population in Asia that is not Alzheimer's disease?
Yeah, Dr. Yang, looks like ask you.
Sorry, can you specify your question? Can you mean that many factors did not contribute to Alzheimer's dementia? So how can we manipulate that? Am I wrong?
I can clarify the prevalence of the type of the dementia in Taiwan. Actually, the predominant type of the dementia is the Alzheimer's disease. No problem, because we have done the community survey, community dementia survey, and we found that more than 60% of the dementia is Alzheimer's disease type. For the vascular one, is the second largest portion.
We know the most common, the most common type is also dementia or Alzheimer's type. But the more 20 to 60 of these participants have vascular contribution. But it's Alzheimer's dementia with a vascular contribution. It is Alzheimer's dementia, not the vascular dementia. The vascular factor we can control, but control this factor we decrease the prevalence of AD. So in the Asian country, it's still Alzheimer's dementia is the most common one.
And just one other comment. There is a low rate, I believe, in Asian countries of neuropathologic examination. So we have clinical diagnoses of vascular dementia, and eventually we'll know through biomarkers about the true frequency of Alzheimer's disease. Once again, I come back to the issue of people who participate in biomarker studies are not representative of the general population. So I know that there have been many studies of what the predominant etiology or etiologies is of dementia in Asians. There was a particular study some 25 years ago of Japanese individuals who the clinical diagnosis, just as the questioner indicated, found vascular dementia to be the predominant clinical diagnosis of dementia, but individuals who are of Japanese heritage and moved to Hawaii, and then others who moved to Seattle, the shift changed into Alzheimer's disease. But once again, I would put a big plea out for either in vivo biomarker studies to determine whether people diagnosed with vascular dementia may also have an Alzheimer component, and eventually neuropathologic studies for confirmation.
Okay, but you know, the Japanese or Asian country, highly incidence of the white matter hyperintensity microvascular disease. So we have to pay attention to how to keep or secure cognitive reserve. And however, the intervention, for example, for the cognitive rehabilitation is very effective, not also on MCI, but also the vascular dementia. So in recent good news from Rai, even if the APOE4 area, the cognitive multi-domain intervention is effective in respective of such a biomarker, it's a good news.
Yeah, other question there.
Thank you all for a very promising speech. And I have a question for the Dr. Gustavo Doc. It's very promising that kinuralin has the effect on the CNS and also healthy aging. And as I know that the tryptophan pathway also includes indole, not only tryptophan and the serotonin. And the indole pathway also associated with the HR receptor. So I don't know what's your opinion on this one, because and it seems that the kinuralin and indole has all the effect, maybe affect the healthy aging and also the brain. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, there's a clear connection there between kinuralin, indoles, and neurotransmitters, and we know that basically the one that really affects clearly affects that is associated with neurodegeneration is the kynurenine itself and the kynureninic acid. Those are terrible metabolites from the kynurenine side, because as I mentioned, we have 3 pathways there, but the most important or the prevalent 95% of the metabolism of tryptophan is through the kynurenine pathway. So when that's affected, and it's very much dependent on the health of the microbiota. So the indole, kynurenine, all these are really related to the levels of inflammation that the person has. And we find a clear correlation between inflammatory markers, microbiota deterioration, and high levels of kynurenine, and at the same time, high prevalence of frailty, neurodegenerative diseases, and osteosarcopenia as well. There's a clear relation.
Thank you very much for your answer. And the following question is that, do you find any ways, like a microbiome or other diet and intervention to change it? Because we know that there is the good side in the kynurenine pathway and the other side.
It's a very interesting question, because we are in the process of administering probiotics that help the content to have a healthy microbiota, to improve the microbiota, the profile of the microbiota, and those probiotics induce the release or the metabolism of anabolic metabolites, such as picolinic acid, such as NAD+, all these anabolic metabolites from the kynurenine pathway. So that's from the therapeutic perspective. For the future, we think that will be the other point that we are now doing is, or the other approach is, we are administering the actual anabolic metabolites. So we are directly administering picolinic acid. What is clearly demonstrated is that just increasing the intake of tryptophan is not going to have any benefit or any change, because at the end, if the alteration is in the inflammation and microbiota, then it will end up becoming kynurenine anyway. So we are trying to approach it in a different way, more anabolic and more geroscience perspective, I would say.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for all the guest speakers, distinguished speakers. I'm Dr. Chen from Kaohsiung Medical University, and also affiliated to National Center of Geriatrics and Welfare Research. I have questions to Professor Kenji Toba, that you present the secular trend of the proportion of severe dementia who needs care is declining. And so I'm wondering how you measure that they don't need the care, because you say the proportion of the people with severe dementia who needs care is declining in the secular changes. So I wonder how you measure their care needs. That is the first question. And the second following question is about how you change your resource allocation in your long-term care system for the people with dementia, responding this secular change. Thank you.
Okay, first question. Do you know the system of the long-term care insurance in Japan? You know? So every user of the service should take the examination of the level of dementia. So checked by maybe some home doctor or something. So the level of the dementia, the classified five levels, independent and some with some assistance or something. And area need assistance level 2 is in all over Japan, the registered every year. So it's national data. Is it okay? And the second question, I can't sorry follow.
So regarding, you said that you measure that the proportion of people with dementia don't need care. So how you modify your
resource allocation in your long-term care system to responding this change?
Care worker, no? Okay, sorry. Almost 10 to 20% of care workers resign or leave their jobs because of the salaries too low and the working condition is so severe. So is it okay? And only the 30% of such a care worker return to go to another care worker or nursing jobs. Others go to another job. So decreasing year by year, it's very serious. And compared to the other jobs, the monthly salary is cheaper than $400 monthly.
Okay, we have another question from the audience.
Hi, I'm Xiaoyu. I'm professor at National Taiwan University, and my specialty is epidemiology. So I'd like to ask the question about the study design to explore this biomarker. From your speeches, since most of the study for this biomarker come from cross-section study, and my question is how do you select the healthy control in your study? Some study use hospital cases as hospital patient as the cases, but the control might be come from the nearby community. But these two groups belongs to a reference population. So the higher biomarker in this case group might not specific to the Alzheimer's disease. Maurice's study showed me he used a cohort study, prospective cohort study to explore this biomarker. But I also curious about, do you use repeat measurement to compare the concentration of this biomarker in different stage of these patients? Thank you.
You are going to ask Professor Morris, right? Because every speaker are so nervous, you did not single out which one you are going to ask. So please, Professor Morris.
I think your questions are good ones. In our particular cohort, I've already indicated that they are not representative of the population. The individuals who volunteer are from the community, not from a clinic-based population. Their study partners typically are their spouses. So this is how we recruit our participants for the biomarker studies. We do longitudinal collection of the biomarkers. We get them at baseline and then every 3 years thereafter. The plasma biomarkers, we're doing it every 2 years thereafter. And so we do have a great deal of longitudinal data on the biomarkers. They don't change in that sample that I've described.
Any other questions from the audience? Yes, our boss, Sytwu, Professor Sytwu is asked.
Yeah, we come from NHI. So thanks a lot for all of the excellent presentation for the 4 speakers. I just have one quick question for Professor Yang. So in your final part during your presentation, that's a very interesting approach. Those cultural cells treated with the light or different sounds. So I probably missed some background information. So any non-receptor or potential adapter or interacting protein which can receive such kind of signal, then cause the subsequent impact for those cells.
Very good question. Actually, we don't know. But I can support some data. We have duplicated study into the kidney cell. It doesn't function. We duplicate study in neuron cell, it function. So I can know the different cells have different receptor, but so far, actually we don't know that. This is definitely I don't know quite answer whether the receptor is. But different cells have different response. That's true.
Okay, any other questions? Let me Lim, Professor Lim.
Yeah,
yes.
thank you. Wei Lim from Singapore. Question for Dr. Morris. Yeah, thank you very much for the excellent talk. My question pertains to the paradoxical finding of lower amyloid positivity in the Blacks and Hispanics. Could this be explained through the lenses of cognitive reserve, such that, for example, the non-whites have low reserve due to microvascular disease, social determinants, or other factors, and what then would be the implications?
Yes, thank you. So the lower rate of amyloid positivity in Blacks from non-representative cohorts. Our particular Black individuals also have a mean educational attainment of 16 years. They're college graduates. So they may be less affected by social determinants of health because they are a more privileged group. We don't know the answer to your question, why there is lower biomarker positivity in Blacks who participate in biomarker studies, but I suspect it probably is they're not representative of the general Black population.
I have a question to Professor Morris. So in your study, I was surprised to see the higher prevalence of APOE4 in your cohort compared to the Asian cohort. In Japan and Taiwanese cohort, the prevalence of APOE4 is about less than 20%, but in your cohort, more than 30%. So I'm just wondering if you divide the cohort into 4 groups based on the presence of biomarkers and also APOE4, did you see the different trajectory in your follow-ups?
That's a very interesting question. We haven't done that, but we should do that to see if that's the case. And it is true that APOE4, again, has been predominantly characterized in white populations. We know that it has less of effect in Blacks, African Americans, and Asians, so it can't be all social determinants. I think there are some genetic variants that differ among different populations. We must evaluate these different populations to fully understand the spectrum of Alzheimer's disease and its antecedents.
So in your cohort, healthy lifestyles affect the outcomes, and I mean the incidence of dementia. Did you check the lifestyle like exercise or nutritional intake in your cohort?
We are doing a study now of physical activity, and I don't have data on that, but yes, I think lifestyle is very important. But in my practice, I tell my patients, and perhaps others have this experience, to eat a heart-healthy diet and to stay physically active, mentally engaged, and socially connected. I mean, whether they all work, I don't know, but they don't hurt.
It is a common educational approach for people with cognitive decline in the States?
Yes.
We've got a question from there. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Angelique Chan, and I'm from Singapore, and I run one of the national representative longitudinal cohorts for the country. I'm a sociologist, so I focus on the social determinants of health. We're in our 3rd wave. of collecting data on 10,000 older Singaporeans, 60 and above. And my question is, how, in terms of conversion rates, if we're finding people with MCI now, how long should we be studying them to see conversion to dementia or Alzheimer's?
Thank you for that question. I don't have the answer for you, but I would think that people who are considered to have mild cognitive impairment, 2 things. One is in our experience, within 5 years, if the reason they have MCI is underlying Alzheimer's disease, they will have progressed to a more symptomatic stage, more severity, if Alzheimer's disease is the underlying problem. But about 1/3 of our people in that stage are reverters. They go back to cognitive normality, or they flip-flop back and forth. So it's a very interesting question. I don't have all the information, but I think, again, now that we have molecular biomarkers of Alzheimer's disease, we can tell with better certainty people with MCI due to Alzheimer's disease if their Alzheimer biomarkers are positive. And I think within 5 years, they should progress to more severe cognitive impairment. How long do you follow them?
Well, we started the cohort in 2016, and we plan to do, we're doing wave 3 now, and we're going to do another wave 4 in 2026. So
great. So next year, you can be up here, and then we can ask you that question.
I have a question to Professor Yang. You just mentioned in ACS study, if the parents have the Alzheimer's disease and you do the PET scan, and you predict for the children, they have 44% of their children have potentially have a PET scan positive, right? But however, I found that in your whole the patient pool, you only include 18 patients into the study. Do you think it's a little bit overestimated? Because in clinical part, for those who have a highly potential to develop dementia, the clinician or their family can afford or advise the children to take the PET scan.
Actually, I have to say we have a limited sample. So this is a convenient sample just report the data. I just highlight one important issue, the ACS, under very high risk of dementia. But Rai, actually, we just provide our convenient sample. In the world, I think there are another cohort in Washington University in St. Louis. May I forward this question to my mentor, Professor John Morris? How about amyloid PET positive in your ACS study, the ratio?
I'm sorry, how many ApoE4? ApoE4
PET positive. PET scan.
Amyloid PET positive, and how many are ApoE4 positive?
How many? I mean, the ratio of amyloid PET positive in ACS study in Washington University.
It's 50%. 50.
Yeah, I got a question to Dr. Yang. I'm interested in your ACS family's mother actually dominant than the father side, right? I'm a diabetes doctor. Similar happen in diabetes. We call that penetration, whatever term. So what's the reason behind? Can you make a guess?
I think the genetic heredity gene is similar. So the gene will have a similar protein performance. So basically, for the gene protein, I think they're similar to the pathway. Also, another possibility, do you have an answer? Maybe other answer we don't know. Actually, I don't know, but I just identify this is true.
One of the reasons in diabetes is mitochondrial DNA, which only pass from mother to the offspring. I don't know, yeah. Another explanation is actually the lifestyle penetrate to the children. Most of the mother actually influence more than the fathers in the regular families. Yeah, in many countries. For example, how the children pick up their favorite food, exercise habits, which I believe mother's habit actually is more dominant than father's.
Actually, we know the mitochondria in dementia is heterogeneous. The role is not definitely. So probably, I think the female is still a higher risk for dementia. Maybe many reasons. You can looking for a publication, the children education, many possibilities. But also many possibilities we don't know.
Yeah. So following that question, when you see the ACS families, their offspring, you do the protein biomarkers in their serums, right? Did you divide men or women offspring? Is there any differences between sexes?
Actually, my data no difference. No difference in gender for the biomarker. No. But how about what you?
We are just beginning to look at potential sex differences in our cohort. I showed very briefly a slide from the phase 3 study of lecanemab, and it wasn't powered to look at sex differences, but it seems like women respond less to that amyloid clearing drug than do men. Now, we need a much larger cohort sample to be able to determine if that's really the case. But I think, along with many other questions, that sex differences in Alzheimer's disease have been underexplored. We always thought that women were more likely to develop Alzheimer's dementia because they live longer, but maybe there's more to it.
So also we saw many presentation of the whatever from DNA methylation to the proteomics, but we did not touch a very popular issue is polygenic risk score. So perhaps Maurice, you can discuss how the impact of polygenic risk score in prediction the development of Alzheimer's.
Yes, we do find that polygenic risk score does predict the eventual development of Alzheimer's dementia. It is not as strong a predictor as an amyloid positive PET scan or a plasma A-beta 42/40 ratio, but yes, it does predict.
Okay, any other question? Yes.
So I have a last question. I'm Emily Eating from Kaohsiung Medical University, and my question is for Dr. Morris. I have you mentioned about the plasma protein tau 1A1 and 271 for the detection of the amyloid status, but for the other group, like a specific disease group, like a CKD group, we talk about that renal function may affect it. And for the other, like liver disease or kidney disease, do you also recommend that we follow this kind of plasma proteins?
Yes, that's why the ratios, I think, are important, because they do try to correct for hepatic disease or renal disease, which does affect the concentrations. So we use the A-beta 42/40 ratio because it's much better for adjusting for those metabolic problems.
Thank you very much.
Looks like we have a fully discussions of these sessions, so I would like to close this session by thanking all the speakers for their very comprehensive, very informative speech. Let's give them another round of applause, please.
Thank you, Professor Toba, for a wonderful talk. Thank you, Professor Dong.
Professor Morris, please.
Thank you, Professor Morris, for an excellent talk. Thank you, Professor Yang, for an informative talk. The first session will be co-chaired by Professor Hidenori Arai, who is the president of National Center for Geriatrics and Gerontology in Japan, and by Professor Lin Qihong, who is the president of National Yangming Jiaotong University.
Okay, so good afternoon. My pleasure to moderating with my old friend, Professor Arai, for the session. The first speaker this afternoon is by Professor Ting-Fen Tsai, Ting-Fen, and Begli Sesai. Okay, so Professor Tsai is currently the distinguished professor in previously National Yangming University and right now the National Yangming Jiaotong University. She's world-renowned. I don't know, you want to call yourself gerontologist or or a cell biologist still, okay? And she's gonna give us a very interesting talk about rejuvenations, turning back time by enhancing 62 prolongivity gene. So let's welcome Professor Tsai.
Thank you for the introduction from President Lin. Today I'm going to talk about introduce the Sytwu prolongivity gene and update the progress in these longevity genes, and for all the friends, including the friends from Japan online and Toba. The CDGSH ion sulfur domain, in short, CISD protein families. And currently, there are three families. There are three genes in the families, including the 61, 62, and 63. 61 is located in the mitochondrial outer membrane. However, 62, it has a very similar structure with the 61, have transmembrane domain, and the ion sulfur binding CDJS ion sulfur binding domain is located in the mitochondrial outer membrane, the ER, and the mitochondrial associated ER membranes. For the human 62 homodimers, each monomers that contain 2 ion and 2 sulfur clusters. And this ion sulfur cluster traditionally is responsible to accept and release the electrons. Based on the human aging genomic resources, currently there are 8 prolongivity genes in the mammals. And the 62 is one of the prolongivity genes in mammals. And this actually is based on majority the study published from my lab. Regarding the function of 62, 62 actually regulates the calcium homeostasis and the mitochondrial functions. And for example, in the hepatocytes, 62 will interact with the SERCA2B, and SERCA is a calcium channels that will pump the calcium from the cytosolic into the ERs, so to maintain the calcium homeostasis. And the 62 also located in the mitochondrial outer membranes, and to maintain the mitochondrial function. So during haploinsufficient 62, and this will lead to increase of the oxidative modification and decrease of the calcium channel activity of the SERCA. So this will cause the increase of cytosolic calciums and leading to the mitochondrial calcium overload and the dysfunction. And this increased cytosolic calcium also will turn on the ER stress and lead to fatty liver development in the liver. So 62 deficiency will cause a variety of age-related disease. For example, that will cause the corneal degenerations, sarcopenias, heart failures, arrhythmias, as well as the fatty liver development just mentioned and the adipose tissue atrophy. In addition, the 62 deficiency will accelerate the A-beta mediated neuronal loss. And interesting, during the natural aging of wild-type mice, the 62 expression level is down-regulated. For example, in the muscles, at the middle age, at 13 months old, the 62 decreased to about 30% compared to the young mice at 3 months. And at the very old age, about 26 months old, the expression level is less than 20% in the old age compared to the young age. And similar observation was observed, for example, in the heart and other organs. So indeed, the 62 knockout mice is an accelerating aging mice. In contrast, a persistent high level of 62 expression in the 62 transgenic mice, actually this mice is a very long-lived mouse. For example, look at the right mouse. This 62 transgenic mouse is at 34 months old. This equivalent in the human is about 105 years old. It looks younger compared to the wild-type mice at 15 months old. So this is the survival curve for the mice. So the blue lines is the 62 knockout mice. The 62 expression level is 0. And the gray line is the heterologous mice. This is 50% of the 62. And the open box is the wild-type mice. It's 100% of 62 expression. The green line is the transgenic mice. They have 200% of SISD2 level. So based on this survival curve, obviously we have demonstrated there is a SISD2 dose-dependent increase of survival rate. So in the mice, the level of SISD2 decreased during natural aging. If we can maintain a consistent high level of SISD2 expression, then we can extend a healthy lifespan. So our purpose is to develop an anti-aging drug using the SISD2 as a molecular target. So we have generated a SISD2 reporters to monitor the transcriptional activation of SISD2. We use a human SISD2 bacterial artificial chromosome. This bag contains more than 100 kilobase of the DNA that contain the entire SISD2 genes, as well as the upstream and the downstream sequence. So we knock in the luciferase, this reporter gene, into the exon 2 of the gene to establish the SISD2 reporter. So this is the SISD2 reporter mice, okay? And under specific treatment, the increase of the luciferase actually like indicate the activation of the SISD2 gene. And this specific treatment, actually, I tell you the secret, is the starvation. So starvation will activate the SISD2 longevity genes. And we also established two SISD2 reporter cell platforms. The first one is the mouse embryonic fibroblasts established from the transgenic mice. The second one is the HEC293 that contains the SISD2 back reporter cells. So regarding the compound libraries, we established a compound libraries from the noble herb that described in the classic of herbal medicine in Chinese, 神农本草经. And actually, this is a small compound libraries that's established only from the 60 noble herbs. And this compound libraries contain only 780 samples. But actually, there is a lot of the SISD2 activation inside. So this is a candidate list of SISD2 activators. For each of the SISD2 activator, we give a code name called PenZhu, in short, PZ. So who is the PenZhu? PenZhu actually is a very long-lived celestial beings in Chinese myths. So that indicate they have a very healthy aging and longevity. So PC19 is the compound I'm going to talk about. So PC19 is a pure compound. The purity is more than 95%. And it is a very potent SISD2 activator that can activate or stimulate SISD2 expression in both the SISD2 reporter cell and the reporter transgenic mice. So we provide the PZ, these compounds in the food to treat the mouse for a long time. And in the mouse, the dose we use is 100 milligram per kilogram per day. This equivalent in the humans is about 490 milligram per 60 kilogram per day. So definitely this is a dose that achievable in the human. This is the protocol for the late life treatment of PC19 in the naturally aged mice. We treat a very old mice, okay, at the age of about 21 to 22 months old. So this equivalent in the humans is about more than 17 years old. We treat the mouse for 6 months and obtain sacrifice the mouse and obtain the tissues at around 27 to 28 months old. So this equivalent in the human is more than 80 years old. So interesting, we got very exciting result. For panel B, this is the Western blot analysis for the level of SISD2. So we, after quantification, you see, for example, in the skeletal muscles, the SISD2 level downregulate to about 30% at old age. However, PC19 treatment for 6 months, they can significantly increase the SISD2, the longevity genes, to a level that is comparable to the young mice. And similar observation was observed in other organs, for example, in the heart. And most strikingly, we found they increased the median lifespan, and in particular, this is a healthy lifespan. So the blue lines is the mouse treated with the PZ, started at 21 months old. And the dark lines is the vehicle control. Gray line is untreated. So this data demonstrate that PZ treatment can increase the median lifespan for about 9%. So this equivalent in the humans in Taiwan, for examples, the male will increase the median lifespan from 78 years old, plus 9% is increased to 85 years old. In the humans, is increased from 84 years old to more than 90 years old. So I think this is quite impressive, at least to me. And this is monitor the whole body energy metabolism. So this data here is, we monitor the daytime and the nighttime. And for the mouse, they are active during the night times. And the green line is the control from the young mice at 3 months old. Blue line is the old mice. Okay, so, and the red one is old mice treated with the PZ19. So this data actually demonstrate that the PZ19 can increase the whole body energy metabolism in terms of oxygen consumption, and similar observation for the CO2 production and energy expenditures. And most strikingly, we monitor the same group of mice, okay, when they are different at different age. So again, the green line is the young mice control, and the mouse, the orange line is the mouse at 23 months old. Dark line is at 28 months. So this data indicate there is an age-dependent decrease of the whole body energy metabolism. However, when we treat the PZ19, you look at the dark line, this one is at 28 months old. The light blue is 23 months old. So this data actually indicate the mouse is getting older, but the whole body energy metabolism is getting better. So this data actually is demonstrated that PZ19 appear to rejuvenate the aged mice in terms of whole body energy metabolism. We also apply the micro-CT to monitor the whole body fat and body limb. So actually these data demonstrate that the PZ19 treatment that can reduce the fat accumulation. At the same time, they can increase the body limb compared to the vehicle control. And this is monitor the glucose homeostasis. And regarding the body weight, there is no difference for the body weight with or without PZ19 treatment. And interesting, for the blood glucose, after the fastings, the blood glucose level is significantly reduced after the PZ19 treatment. So actually, during the natural aging, there is a panel of differentially expressed genes associated with glucose metabolism. They are actually upregulated during the natural aging. So these problems explain why the basal blood glucose is upregulated during aging. However, after PZ19 treatments, these differential expression, they are downregulated. So this is a summary to summarize that the PZ19 actually slow down or even rejuvenate the heart ages in the naturally aged mouse. So if the young mice in the heart, the 62 level is 100%. When they're getting old, at 24 months old, the level of 62 downregulate to less than 50%. And for this transgenic 62 transgenic mouse, this is a long-lived mouse models. And the expression level at the old age is 100 to 30%. Very interesting, the old mouse treated with PZ19s, the 62 levels that can upregulate to about 130%. So this level is similar to the long-lived transgenic mice. Okay, so for the monitor of cardiac functions, we found that the 62 activated PZ19 that indeed can improve the aging-related dysfunction. Regarding the structure, the PZ19 can improve the structural damage and the mitochondrial functions. And this is a summary for the skeletal muscle aging. And very similar, we found the PZ19 can slow down the skeletal muscle aging. So this is the RNA sequence analysis. And it looks like quite busy, but we can just look at the colors. For panel A, the left one is blue one is the panel of differential express gene expressed in the young mice. The second is the line is the old red one. That means in the old age, in the heart, they are upregulated. However, these old mice, after PC19 treatment for 6 months, the differential express genes are downregulated. Okay, and we observe this in the heart and similar observation in the skeletal muscle. So these RNA sequence data actually demonstrate the PC19 that can indeed bring about a younger transcriptome patterns of gene expression during the old age. So one important question is that does PC19 delay the agents that is function in a SISD2-dependent manners? So to answer this question, we knock out the SISD2 genes in the muscles. We look at this blue box, okay? In the absence of SISD2, actually when we treat the PC19 totally, the beneficial effect disappears. So this data actually indicate the PC19 delay the skeletal muscle aging indeed is in a SISD2 dependence. So this is another evidence from the RNA sequence. From the RNA sequence data, we know that about 80% of the differential express gene, the pattern will disappear once the SISD2 is absent. However, there are about 20% of the differential express gene that maintain their patterns even in the absence of SISD2. So that means 20% of the differential express gene, they are SISD2 independent. So but majority of differential express gene, they are dependent on the presence of SISD2. So the first part regarding the healthy aging and longevity, the conclusion is the PC19 that can promote the longevity and delay aging via activation of the SISD2 in the naturally aged mice. So the second part I'm going to talk about is the SISD2 activator and the skin agents. And this part is still unpublished data that they are manuscript under the revision. For the humans epidermis, most of the cell, 90% of the cell, actually they are keratinocyte, okay? And regarding the epidermis layers, okay, from the buttons, these are the basal layers, and then spinous layer, granular layers, and the conified layers. The basal layers contain most of the keratinocyte. They are proliferating keratinocyte. And they have a marker K14. This is for the basal layer. And this is the immunofluorescence staining of the SISD2 and the K14s using the human skin samples. So this data clearly demonstrates that the SISD2 actually is mainly expressed in the proliferating keratinocyte of epidermal basal layer in the human skins. If we obtain the skin tissue from the sun-exposed and the non-sun-exposed regions, the sun-exposed region, for example, the face and the neck, the non-sun-exposed region, for example, from the chest, okay? And this immunostaining showing very interesting data is the SISD2 actually they are downregulated in the sun-exposed sites compared with the non-exposed sites. The SISD2 always downregulate in the sun-exposed tissue of the skin. So one important question here is the PC19, they can improve UVB-induced skin photoaging. And if this is a function in a SISD2-dependent manner. So we use the wild-type mice and the knockout mice at 3 months old. We pre-treat the mice for PC19 for 7 days. After 7 days, we challenge the mouse with UVB irradiation once a day for a sequential 5 days. And after 2 days later, we sacrifice the mouse and examine their skins. So interesting, panel B is a Western blot analysis. Obviously, you can see the UVB irradiation will downregulate the SISD2 levels, and to about the quantification shows that downregulate to about 50%. However, with the presence of the PC19, the 62 level obviously is upregulated to a level, actually, there is seems like is stronger than the untreated the skin. And the other marker is MMP1. MMP1 actually is a marker's major indicator for the UVB-induced damage in the keratinocyte. So this data clearly demonstrate that PC19 treatments that can significantly reduce the MMP1 that indicate that reduce the damage in the keratinocyte. So this is the dorsal skin from the mouse. Okay, after UV irradiations, what we see is the skin has a redness and they have a thick wrinkles. However, with the PC19 treatments, look at this skin. They look smooth and unwrinkled. Interesting, in the 62 knockout mice, this protection to the skins disappears. And because after PC19 treatment in the 62 knockout mice, the skin still look reddish. So this data clearly demonstrates that the PC19 indeed can ameliorate the UVB-induced skin damage and function in a 62-dependent manners. This is the histology staining with the Mason trichomes. So the mouse skin without any treatments, this is the mouse, the histology. After UVB irradiations, you see the skin, we see an increase of skin thickness. And this increase of skin thickness including the epidermis and the dermis. However, with the PC19 treatments, you see the thickness of skin is significantly decreased. So the next question is if that can rejuvenate or delay the skin aging. So this again is the same protocol we apply to see the healthy longevities. And this time we look at the skin ages. So interesting, similar to the skeletal muscle and heart. Here what we see is the level of 62 decrease during the aging, that decreased to about 50% at the middle age and decreased to less than 30% at old age. And interesting, in the old mice, treated for PC19 for 6 months, that can significantly increase the 62 in the skins. And this increase to a levels that is similar, comparable to the young mice without any treatment. So this is a very amazing data. So we look at the histology of the skin. Have you read this one? This is the skin histology from a very young mice at 3 months old. You see a lot of hair follicle on the inside. Probably you cannot see, but there is the spatial gland. Spatial gland is the lipid-producing structures. And then the bottom one is the old mice, the skin from old mice. Obviously, you can see the degenerate hair follicle and degenerate of the spatial glands. However, after 6 months treatments, this is the skin. What did you see? What you see is the increase of the hair follicles. And also sometimes we see a hair follicles associated with 2 spatial glands. So this data is obviously demonstrate the PC19 appear to rejuvenate the naturally aged skins in the old mice. We quantitate, including the hair follicle density, the nucleus of the spatial gland, or the size of spatial glands. All of this data actually demonstrate that PC19 not only slow down the skin aging, but also rejuvenate the naturally aged skin. So I'm going to tell you the secrets. What is the PC19? PC19 has 2 structural analogs. One is called PC19A, and one is called PC19B. PC19A equivalent to hesperidin D, okay? The other one is hesperidin, is PC19B. And the PC19A hesperidin is present in the peel of the citrus fruit. So I think whenever you eat the oranges, usually throw away the peel. And the secret for longevity actually is in the peel. So remember next time, don't throw away the peel of the origin. Okay. So, okay, hesperidine is we call PC19A. This structure has 2 sugars. And because of these 2 sugar residues, so it is not easy to be absorbed by the intestine. However, PC19A, the hesperidine, can be converted to hesperidine, the PC19B. And so move out, the sugar will be deleted, removed. And this PC19B, hesperidine, actually is the very potent Sytwu activators. So this is what just mentions. All of the beneficial effect is come from the Sytwu activator hesperidine. Okay, and some of the probiotics include the lactobacillus, or include the and also the bifidobacteria. These 2 genus of the bacteria, some of them that can convert this hesperidine to hesperidine. And actually, we have 2 INCI names approved international. Okay, one INCI name is for hesperidine, and one is for hesperidine. So what is the INCI? That is a requirement when we develop the anti-aging cosmetic. INCI is the international nomenclature cosmetic ingredients. So we have these 2 INCI names, and we have technology transfer to a biotech companies. And the biotech company actually have developed the anti-aging cosmetics. So you probably can search from the Googles. The name is AG Lab. Okay, this means anti-aging. Okay. Oh, I would like to acknowledge my 62 team members, including the collaborators for the translational medicine and drug development. Okay, I think I'm going to stop here, and I wish everybody have a healthy aging and a longevity. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and we have about 2 minutes left. May I ask a question? Do you have a tropical use formula for this your ingredient, your active compound, for
yes.
topical use instead of
the anti-aging cosmetic actually is for topical use.
Right, but all your mouse model is systemic.
Yeah, that's a systemic. And actually, I didn't show the data. Systemic is for the whole body, is health. Okay, for the topical treatment, only for the skin.
Okay. Another thing that you have in your liver seems that there is fatty accumulation, or you want to call it fatty liver. I just wonder, is this cause a problem for systemic use? Is there any hepatic impairment, functional impairment?
Yes, the functional impairment in the liver is due to its age. It's caused by aging. Okay, and because when we deliver the PC19 from the food, and then the first time, so after absorption from the intestine and then the circulation to the livers. So the first line beneficial, what we see is in the livers. So after like a few days, 3 days treatment for the PC, we see the improvement in the fatty livers.
All right, thank you. So
I think hesperidine is already in the market in Japan, so the hesperidine is available. So I think the company is very happy to see the data.
But one thing I want to remind is hesperidine is not a strong Sytwu activator. They need to convert into hesperidine. So you need to have a good bacteria in your intestine.
Dr. Rai-Hua, Dr. Rai-Hua is currently the assistant investigator in the National Center for Geriatrics and Welfare Research, NHI. That was a long name, sorry. So his talk is entitled Strategies for Mitigating Progression from Mild Cognitive Impairment to Alzheimer's Disease via the ApoE4 cortisol gut microbiota axis. All right. So please, Dr. Lai.
Thank you for the red link. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm honored to stand before you and discussing an interesting issue about how ApoE4 promote a specific cortisol-mediated endocrine atrophy, and also suggest a strategy for reducing the MCI-to-AD progression through this axis. For the introduction, I think most of you has been known that Alzheimer's disease is a devastating neurodegenerative disorder. AD is the most common form of dementia, counting about 60 to 80% of dementia cases. And currently, there are more than 55 million people have this disease, and due to the population age, this number is projected to triple, reach over 150 million people in 2050. And moreover, the AD is known as the seventh leading cause of the death and a major contributor to disability and dependency among age globally. And this is a serious healthy problem. However, there's currently no cure for AD. Two AD drugs has been approved recently, but however, they could only slow the disease progression, and their effectiveness is very limited. So why is AD so difficult to treat? First reason is AD is a very complicated and heterogeneous disorder with variant clinical manifestation and underlying mechanism. And the second reason is currently treat AD in the AD stage may be too late. So therefore, current approach to AD treatment should be treat AD at the late stage of the disease to focus on the preventive strategy at the early stage. Therefore, the early diagnosis and intervention is necessary. And due to the AD is very complicated and lack clarity on the molecular mechanism, the precision medicine also should be applied. Among the factors related to AD, I think ApoE4 could be the first step of precision medicine in AD. ApoE is a gene located on the chromosome 19 with the three variants, ApoE2, ApoE3, and E4. And ApoE4 is known as the strongest risk factor for AD. And about 40 to 65% of the AD patient has been known as carry at least one copy of the E4 allele. And it's also known that people carry with one copy of E4 allele could increase the risk to developing AD about 3 to 7 times. And carry with two copies could increase the risk up to 12 times. And since a new approach should be emphasized in the early disease stage, and the specific influence of E4 in MCI is poorly understood, especially in the molecular signaling. So my end in this study is try to identify the key cellular factor in E4 carrier during MCI to AD progression. And here I have using the ADNI data set focus on MCI subject with plasma factor, especially focus on plasma protein, peptide, and hormones, and examine the change of those factors during the MCI to AD progression. And our result find that 50 factors are significantly changed during the progression in E4 subject. And interestingly, the result find that those results suggest a cortisol activation signal lead, including cortisol itself showed an increased trend in the progression, and also 7 factors are known as cortisol, the red target, and also 7 factors are known as cortisol-related factors. So those results suggest in E4 subject, in MCI stage, the predominantly signaling is cortisol signaling. And in contrast to the E4 subject, we find that in the non-E4 subject, the non-E4 subject, there has a different signaling that's predominantly in cytokine and chemokine signaling. Since here we find that since we find that the cortisol activation is a distinguished feature during the MCI-to-AD conversion in E4 subject. So we next are curiously whether cortisol play a specific role in MCI-to-AD progression in E4 MCI subject. And our result find that in E4 high cortisol subject, they showed that a faster AD progression compared to the low cortisol subject and non-E4 subject. And this result find that cortisol play a specific role in E4 MCI subject, and also suggest that cortisol may be as a potential mediator for E4 mediated MCI-to-AD progression. So to test this possible role of the cortisol as a mediator in E4 and MCI progression, we're using the Mandarin randomization analysis. And this is a statistical method that could demonstrate the causal relationship in a factor and observational study. And using the Mandarin randomization analysis, we find that, and using E4 as a variant, we find that cortisol could act as a mediator between E4 and AD progression. So those suggest that the cortisol level impacted by E4 may play a role in mediated MCI-to-AD progression. And since we find a causal role of the cortisol in mediated E4 progression, so we are next try to examine whether cortisol has impact on brain atrophy. And our result find that in E4, high cortisol subject has specifically associated with entorhinal atrophy in high cortisol subject compared to the low cortisol subject. And this phenomenon is only found in the E4 subject, but not in the non-E4 subject. And moreover, we find that this brain atrophy is only associated with entorhinal, but not in the hippocampus or the other brain region. So those suggest that E4 with high cortisol level is specifically associated with entorhinal cortex atrophy. And since entorhinal play an important role in the in receiving the sensory information from the olfactory bud and relaying it to the hippocampus for integrating with many behavior processes. This suggests a possibility that this entorhinal atrophy may be associated with some behavior change in E4 MCI subject. So to test this possibility, we have analyzed behavior process in the ADNI cohort in examining the change of those behavior processes in E4 and non-E4 subject with high or low cortisol level. And our result find that the E4 subject with high cortisol level has specifically associated with the eating behavior change. And this behavior change is only in the E4 high cortisol subject, but not in the non-E4 subject. And this suggests that cortisol-associated entorhinal atrophy is embodied in the eating behavior in E4, the MCI subjects. So here we find a potential causal association between E4 cortisol and find the role of cortisol in promote E4 MCI progression in this observational study. So we next try to address some mechanistic basis on this study. And two questions has been added. First is how E4 modulate cortisol level. For the mechanism, we first try to ask how Apple E4 promote the cortisol level. So we first should we know how cortisol could be regulated in human. And in human, there has two molecular mechanisms could regulate cortisol level. First is through the systematic cortisol production regulated by the HPA axis. And the second is local cortisol activation regulated by the 11-beta-1 HSD1 enzyme. So we next try to test which one is important in E4 cortisol level. And first we focus on HPA axis, and we examine the critical enzyme, critical hormone ATCH. This is a critical hormone in HPA axis. And our result find that plasma ATCH level does not change during the MCI to AD progression. And also we find that plasma ACTH level does not affect the progression of the MCI to AD. So this suggests that the ACTH may not a major contributor to the E4 cortisol level. So how about the local cortisol level? So we will focus on this 11-beta-1 HSD1 enzyme. And interestingly, we find a genetic association of this HSD11-beta-1 SNP is specifically associated with the AD risk in the E4 subject, but not in the non-E4 subject. And this suggests a possibility that this local cortisol enzyme may play a role in the E4 subject. And moreover, we find that the SNP of this gene has associated with the plasma cortisol level, and this association is also in the E4, but not in the non-E4. So those results suggest that the local cortisol activation may be importantly in the E4 and cortisol level. And further supporting this possibility, we find that the HSD11-beta-1 level is higher in the E4 subject compared to non-E4 subject in human endocrine with AD. And also, we find that the similar result in the human hippocampus with AD. So, taken together, those findings suggest that the HSD11-beta-1 mediated local cortisol activation play an important role in E4 MCI progression. But the question still here is how E4 promote cortisol level. From the literature, we find that the E4 could promote the CBP-beta activation. And CB-beta is known as the transcription factor of the HSD11-beta-1. So those suggest that the ApoE4 may promote the CB beta bind to the HSD11 promoter and activate the HSD11 beta 1 transcription and then activate the cortisol. To test this possibility, we're using a human microglia cell, the HMC3, to demonstrate this possible signaling. And our result find that E4 could promote the CBP beta bind to the HSD11 beta 1 promoter. And we find that E4 could promote the HSD11 beta 1 transcription and translation. And also, we find that E4 could promote the cortisol level. And more importantly, we find that HSD11 beta 1 inhibitor could suppress this cortisol activation. And take together those results supporting our hypothesis that ApoE4 could promote the cortisol activation through the CBP beta HSD11 beta 1 signaling. And since here we find the answer of how ApoE4 modulates the cortisol level, the next question is how cortisol promotes entorhinal atrophy of the neural cell death. We believe that the entorhinal glucocortical may correspond to this cortisol response. In detail, we find that glucocortical receptor level is higher in the entorhinal region compared to the other hippocampus region in human. And also, we find a similar result in the mouse. And moreover, we find that glucocortical receptor level is higher in E4 subject compared to the non-E4 subject in human entorhinal cortex with AD. So here we find that the entorhinal glucocortical may play a role in the cortisol response, but how it promotes neural cell death. From the literature, we find that the cortisol glucocortical receptor could promote the VDR level. And also, we find that VDR is known to promote a beta-dependent neural cell death. So here we hypothesize a model that cortisol could promote glucocortical receptor bind to VDR promoter and promote VDR labeled and VDR dependent neural cell death. Supporting to this possibility, we also find a genetic association of the VDR. And we find this genetic association is specifically associated with AD risk in E4 subject, but not in the non-E4 subject. And moreover, we also find that the VDR level is higher in the E4 subject compared to non-E4 subject in human hippocampus with AD. So those results supporting that the VDR may play a role in E4 cortisol pathway and also suggest our hypothesis model is potential. So next, to test this possible model, we using the human neural-like cell line and the mouse neural cells. And we find that cortisol could promote the glucocortical receptor bind to the VDR promoter. And moreover, we find that cortisol could promote VDR labeled, and it depends on the glucocortical receptor. And moreover, we find that cortisol could promote VDR5 to PBC3 and follow in the neural cell death. And supporting our model is possible. So in this part, we find that in the E4 MCI subject, there is a distant pathology related to cortisol signaling that contribute to the entorhinal atrophy during the MCI2 AD progression. And in mechanism, we find that the EPO could promote the local cortisol production through the CBP beta, HSD11 beta 1 signaling. And also, we find that the cortisol could promote the neural cell death through the VDR-PP3 signaling. So, in the next part, we try to know. Here we have the signaling pathway. So the next question is how we apply this signaling for the early intervention. From the literature, we find that the cortisol and the lipid metabolites has crosstalk reciprocal lead. And this suggests a possibility that some lipid metabolites could regulate the cortisol level or cortisol function in humans. So to understand the interaction of the cortisol and the lipid metabolites may help us to find a possible solution. So the next aim is try to investigate the lipid metabolites involved in the cortisol regulation during the MCI-2AD progression. So here I also focus on the NCI subject with the lipid metabolites labeled, especially focus on the short-chain fatty acid, middle-chain fatty acid, and the long-chain fatty acid. And examine the change of those factors in the high cortisol subject and the low cortisol subject. And here our results find that the E4 subject with high cortisol level are specifically associated with the lower short-chain fatty acid level. And this association is only found in E4 subject, but not in the non-E4 subject. And moreover, we find that the cortisol level does not associate with middle-chain fatty acid and the long-chain fatty acid in E4 subject. And since short-chain fatty acid are main metabolites produced by the gut microbiome, this suggests a possibility that the short-chain fatty acid production bacteria may be changed in E4 subject. So we next try to test this possibility. And we're using a gut microbiome data and examine the difference of those gut bacteria change in E4 and non-E4 subject. And our result find that the short-chain fatty acid producing bacteria is lower in the E4 subject compared to non-E4 subject. So taken together, those results suggest that high cortisol level is associated with lower short-chain fatty acid level. And this association may be due to the low short-chain fatty acid producing bacteria in E4 subject. And since we find that short-chain fatty acid is specifically associated with E4 cortisol level, the next question is whether short-chain fatty acid play a role in E4 cortisol-mediated AD progression. And our result find that indeed short-chain fatty acids are associated with higher plasma cortisol level in E4 subject, and also associated with the poor cognitive function, and this is only found in E4 subject, and also associated with CSF phospho-tau level in E4 subject. So those results suggest that E4 cortisol signaling has reciprocally communicated with gut short-chain fatty acid in promoting the MCI-2AD progression. And to further supporting this possibility, we find short-chain fatty acid transporter MCT1. This is a short-chain fatty acid transporter that could directly participate in the absorption of short-chain fatty acid in the gut. And interestingly, we find a genetic association of this transporter, and it's specifically associated with AD risk in the E4 subject, but not in the non-E4 subject. And moreover, we find that the risk allele of this gene SNP is specifically associated with lower short-chain fatty acid and higher cortisol level and poor cognitive function in the EVO subject. So, take together those results not only supported existence of the E4 cortisol short-chain fatty acid excess, but also find its role in contribute to the AD risk. Since we find a possible model of the cortisol short-chain fatty acid in gut-brain axis in E4 MCI subject. So the next question is how we applied this signaling. I think dietary fiber may be a possible solution. Since short-chain fatty acids are the main metabolites produced by the gut microbiome through the dietary fiber, and this suggests a possibility that the dietary fiber intake may promote the short-chain fatty acid in humans. Therefore, dietary fiber may as a possible solution for E4 MCI subject with elevated cortisol level. So we next try to test this possibility using the host database. So here I had using the dietary fiber intake and examine its effect on the cognitive function in host data. And in elder with age more than 65 years old and the MMSE are more than 20 points. And our result find that the dietary fiber intake has a beneficial role in the cognitive function in both E4 and non-E4 subject. And interestingly, when we compare the E4 subject to the non-E4 subject, we find that dietary fiber intake has more dramatically and significantly effect on E4 subject. And this suggests that dietary fiber may have potential to slow down the cognitive decline, especially in the individual with the E4 genotype. So in the last slide, in the conclusion, in here we find that in the E4 MCI subject, the high cortisol level is associated with the early endocrine atrophy change in eating behavior and promote a faster AD progression. And secondly, we find that the E4 cortisol signaling is reciprocally crosstalk to gut short-chain fatty acid in promoting MCI to AD progression. And third, in this study, we suggest that dietary fiber may potentially slow down the MCI to AD progression, especially in the individual with E4 by reducing the E4 cortisol signaling. And in the last slide, I will thank my colleague in NHI to help this study, and also thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lai.
I'd like to introduce the third speaker in this session. The next speaker is Professor Rai Otsuka. She's the professor of the Department of Epidemiology and Aging in our National Center for Geriatrics and Gerontology. The title of his hot talk will be Healthy Aging and Biomarkers, a result from NILS-LSA focused on fatty acids. So maybe we can hear about similar result with the last speaker about the role of fatty acid in healthy aging. So let's welcome Rai Otsuka.
Thank you. It's my honor to present here. Today, I'd like to talk about the healthy aging and biomarkers results from our cohort NILS-LSA study and focus on fatty acid. Today, I have 4 topics. And first is the introduction of fat intake and fatty acid. Second is the NILS-LSA cohort study, and today I will focus about fatty acid intake and function and brain volume. And the next is the trend in fat intake and serum fatty acid intake in Japan. And lastly, I would like to discuss about fatty acid for healthy aging. So, nutritional function of fats, there are many nutritional functions of fats. The main is the energy source. And second is the structural component of cell membrane. And fats aids in the absorption of nutrients and increasing bioavailability. And fats derives as smell, taste, and satiety of food. And fatty acid is usually divided saturated fatty acid and unsaturated fatty acid. And today I will focus on the arachidonic acid from N6-PUHA and EPA and DHA from N3-PUHA. So Taiwanese and Japanese diet are so unique diet in the world, and so we usually eat rice and side dishes with egg, chicken, and vegetable and some soup. And this is the energy provided by nutrient intake among all the community dwellers. And so we can see this is because based on the publicly data, the energy from Taiwanese is relatively low, but today I would like to focus about the fat energy percentages. So the Taiwanese energy from fat is 29, and Japan is 25.7. And compared to the, they are very lower than the US. US is 33.2. So now in Japan, our energy providing nutrients among Japanese are dramatically changing after World War II. We, especially carbohydrates is decreasing after World War II, and protein is also increasing, and fat is rapidly increasing. And over the 2 decades, carbohydrates are also decreasing, and protein is stable, but fat intake are rapidly increasing within the decades. And this is a fatty acid metabolism slide. And so our body could not metabolize linoleic acid and alpha-linoleic acid in our body. And we literally metabolize from arachidonic acid from linoleic acid and EPA and DHA from alpha-linoleic acid. So, and we usually define essential fatty acid, linoleic acid, arachidonic acid, and alpha-linoleic acid, EPA and DHA. So this is a representative physiological function of fatty acid. So I'm not specialized about the fatty acid, but there are many kinds of fatty acid physiological function in our body. So today I would like to focus about the brain. So because this is the DHA and arachidonic acid and saturated fatty acid composition in the main organs. So today I would like to focus on brain because our brain has rich DHA. So for example, our body, first I would like to show about serum fatty acid intake. The main is the saturated fatty acid. Serum and plasma is also equal, but there are low rate of DHA and arachidonic acid in our serum or plasma fatty acid. And similarly, so breast milk is covered in the saturated fatty acid. On the contrary, leg skeletal muscle is abundant in arachidonic acid. But in our brain, so there are much DHA in our brain. So our cells are covered, consist of phospholipids. So in our brain, there are many DHA in the hydrophobic fatty acid. So next, let's move to our cohort study. NILS-LSA is the National Institute for Longevity Sciences Study of Aging, conducted by National Center for Geriatric Gerontology. And NILS-LSA study started in 1997 and now conducting in 10th survey now. And we followed up 2,300 men and women. They are randomly selected from community dwellers. The baseline age is 40 to 79 years. And we surveyed 2,300 persons every 2 or 3 years and continue to this longitudinal survey. And NILS-LSA have many examinations, especially medical assessments. So today I would like to use some data of fatty acid from blood test and brain volume from head MRI, and 3-day dietary records from nutrition survey and cognitive function. This is the age and sex distribution of NILS-LSA study. So you can see all the study waves have the 2,300 persons, and in each age decade, each age group, there are almost 280 men and women in each age group, and continue to follow up them now. And data on fatty acids from NILS-LSA divided two parts. The first is the 20-hour fasting blood. So we have serum DHA, EPA, arachidonic acid, and DHLA on the first, second, third wave. In addition, fifth and seventh wave, we have a serum concentration of 24 fatty acids, including DHA, EPA, arachidonic acid. In addition, we measured the 3-day, we assessed the 3-day dietary records, and the nutritional index were calculated, including 45 index of fatty acid. So this slide shows the food and nutrient index by age group. The point of this slide is, this slide shows the age group, for age group, and men and women, their nutritional intake. And the following dietary index change with aging. So fish and EPA and DHA intake increase on the older age group. In contrast, meat and saturated fatty acid decrease in older age groups. This means age-related difference, just the age cohort difference. So it means the older consume more fish and less meat. This is a fat intake and blood levels of DHA, EPA, and arachidonic acid. This is the dietary intake distribution, and we can see the DHA and EPA distribution is skewed to the left side, and the median intake of DHA is 425 milligram per day among our study. Compared to the US men, there are maybe 7 times higher among Japanese. Similarly, EPA intake is skewed to the left side, and maybe the 7 times compared to the US men intake. And arachidonic acid is, it seems to be normal distribution, and median value is 150, and similar to US men. Similarly to the dietary distribution, and serum DHA, EPA, arachidonic acid distribution is almost equal to the dietary intake. So median of serum DHA and EPA much higher than the US. But arachidonic acid, serum arachidonic acid is almost equal US. So in our cohort, fat intake and serum fatty acid by age group are here. Above is the fat intake, and below is the serum fatty acid intake. This bar means different age group. So among the older with the aging, so serum DHA and EPA intake also increasing with aging. But arachidonic acid is only, serum arachidonic acid is only decreasing with men. This slide shows the Pearson's correlation coefficients between serum fatty acid and fatty acid intake. The bar means Pearson's correlation coefficient. The results show the positive association was found in N3 PUFA, especially EPA and DHA. They are highly correlated between the serum fatty acid and fatty acid intake. So next is the fatty acid and cognitive function and brain volume. So I emphasize today's focus is the brain, our brain, because our brain has much DHA. And so our brain, 55% of white matter and 30% of the gray matter's dry weight is lipid. So fatty acids are found in our membrane, cell membrane, and fatty acid makes up phospholipids. And DHA is the composition of DHA among our brain is 11%. There are so high percentage in our brain, and 6% of PUFA in our brain are DHA. This figure shows the fatty acid composition of phospholipids in our brain by age group. So, for example, stearic acid is much contained in frontal gray and hippocampus, but oleic acid is monounsaturated fatty acid is much higher in white matter. And arachidonic acid is almost equal, contains the frontal gray and white matter and hippocampus. And for the DHA, so there are much containing frontal gray and hippocampus, and compared to the white matter. So this slide shows the fatty acid composition of phospholipids in the brain. So this bar means green bar is a control and the yellow bar is Alzheimer's disease, patient with Alzheimer's disease. The composition of arachidonic acid and DHA are decreasing among the Alzheimer's disease. I don't know exactly the age-related or disease-related fatty acid composition changing because these data are derived from biopsy, so we don't know all the age-related difference. But the fact is the difference. So there are aged men or Alzheimer's disease men is decreasing with arachidonic acid and DHA compositions. This is one of the NILS-LSA study results. And at first, I assessed the serum DHA concentration and risk of cognitive decline from 10-year longitudinal cohort study. And so serum DHA was divided into 3 groups, and compared to the lowest serum DHA group, so medium or higher serum DHA group has a lower risk of odds ratio of cognitive decline. And DHA and EPA, they are highly correlated with intake and serum fatty acid intake. So that this result means consumption of blue fish and other fish rich in DHA and EPA reduce the risk of cognitive decline. In addition, so NILS-LSA study to clarify the factor of morphological aging in the brain, we conducted 3-day head MRI data at 6th, 7th, and 9th, and 10th waves. We calculated the 3-day head MRI data from our cohort. And this is one of the results of age-related morphological aging in NILS-LSA study. And this is the age-related change in hippocampal volume. So above figure is total gray matter volume, age-related total gray matter volume loss, and below is hippocampal volume loss. And this slide shows red line is total gray matter volume and blue bar is hippocampal volume. So in older age, atrophy in hippocampus progresses faster than the total gray matter volume. So this is a DHA, EPA, and arachidonic acid intake and the changes in brain volume. So this figure shows that only arachidonic acid were negatively associated with the brain volume loss. And DHA and EPA are no positive association between the brain volume loss. And from the result of this, so we consider the reason of why DHA and EPA are not associated with brain volume. So we focus on the difference of the DHA and EPA intake among Japanese compared to the North America. So in Japan, we have a lot of fish, and the mean DHA and EPA intake in Japan is at least 3 times higher than the other countries. So, and in this study, we conducted sub-analysis focused on the bottom 1/3 subgroups in our study. So this means we focus on the lower DHA and EPA consumption group and conducted the same analysis. And as a result, this slide shows the DHA and EPA intake was negatively associated with the total gray matter volume and temporal cortex volume in this subgroup study. So this is a summary of the results. So our cohort study, the lowest group, DHA group, is a high risk of brain volume loss. And second risk is the lowest group. And similarly, EPA lowest group is a higher risk of brain volume loss. And for the arachidonic acid, the bottom of the 1/3 group is a higher risk of compared to the other group. This means the lowest DHA or EPA intake and lower arachidonic acid intake were associated with cognitive decline and brain atrophy in Japanese population. In other words, rarely eat fish or low animal food consumption is a risk of cognitive decline and brain atrophy in Japanese population. And let's move to the next trends in fat intake and serum fatty acid intake in Japan. So Japanese fat energy percent is dramatically changing after World War II. And in the background, our meat and fish intake among Japanese were dramatically changing after the World War II. The top of the animal protein products from meat is changing, and so meat is increasing, and fish and shellfish were decreasing. Almost 2008 or 2010, the top of the animal foods were changing among Japanese. And similarly, saturated fatty acid and N6 fatty acid are also increasing. N3 puffer among Japanese over the 2 decades are stably maintained. But N6 puffer and especially saturated fatty acid intake among Japanese are increasing. So this slide shows the serum arachidonic acid, EPA, and DHA concentration in our NILS-LSA cohort study. This is a 12-year longitudinal data. And 12-year longitudinal data shows the serum arachidonic acid concentration increase in all sex and age groups. And when we focus on the fatty acid composition, so we only calculated 2 study waves for fatty acid composition. So total fatty acid were increasing in the 40s men and 40 and 60 women, and this is the fatty acid composition. Only monounsaturated fatty acid are increasing in 40s in men and 40 and 50s in women. And arachidonic acid composition were increased both in men and women in all age groups. And when we adjusted for the corresponding fatty acid intake, serum fatty acid composition, arachidonic acid composition increased in men and women in their 40s, 50s, 60s. This means that our serum arachidonic acid composition was increasingly independently of fatty acid intake. So recently, Hsueh cohort study, this is one of the representative cohort study in Japan, also reported the same results. They reported the serum EPA increasing from 2002 to 2012. And contrary, the arachidonic acid were increasing, EPA is decreasing in some age group, and arachidonic acids are increasing in all age groups. And they focus on the EPA per arachidonic acid ratio. And serum EPA per arachidonic acid ratio decreased within 10 years, especially in middle-aged Japanese individuals. So EPA and arachidonic acid ratio means lower risk of atherosclerosis. So, for example, Canadian ethnicity Inuit has a high EPA arachidonic ratio, and Japanese is almost 0.2 or 0.3, and US is almost 0.1. And so the ratio is decreasing among the Japanese. So finally, I would like to discuss about fatty acid for LSA aging. So in Japanese dietary guidelines recommend 20 to 30% from fat energy is recommended. So today I didn't mention about the fatty acid and muscle health and the prevention of frailty, but our cohort study reported the saturated fatty acid and fat intake associated protective for muscle health and the prevention of frailty. And I think approximately 20 to 30% of energy of dietary reference index among Japanese might be reasonable in Japanese. But we are already getting the percent. And today I did not mention about the saturated fatty acid. So this slide shows the saturated fatty acid intake and the incidence and mortality rates of stroke, and lowest saturated fatty acid intake is the risk of stroke. And now our study is almost saturated fatty acid intake is almost 7% in men, and women 7.9% from saturated fatty acid. And so this line is a US cohort, and the US cohort is they consume much saturated fatty acid intake, but the Japanese consume the lower rate of saturated fatty acid intake. And I think almost 7% energy intake based on the dietary reference index among Japanese, it might be reasonable for Japanese individuals. So again, I would like to say to avoid a decline in DHA or EPA intake, and fish should be consumed more than once or twice a week. So to avoid the lowest DHA and EPA intake. And to avoid a decline in arachidonic intake, especially in the older people, moderate amount of animal-based food such as meat, fish, eggs should be consumed. So I have two suggestions. So to eat DHA and EPA intake effectively, so I would like to show DHA and EPA residuals by cooking methods. So for example, we usually eat Pacific sori. So when we eat sashimi, Pacific sori as sashimi, we can get DHA and EPA almost 100%. But when we grilled 10 or 20% loss, and flying is almost the same, and deep fly is maybe 40 or 50% loss of by cooking method. So it is avoidable to eat deep fry when we eat DHA and EPA more, and to increase the DHA and arachidonic DHA and EPA levels. So one of the strategies to eat alpha-linolenic acid. Only 5% of alpha-linolenic acid converted the EPA, and EPA to DHA is only 0.5%, but we can create the EPA and DHA from alpha-linolenic acid in our body. So this is the last slide. So today I focus on the fatty acid intake, and our data shows the total fatty acid for Japanese is maintaining an energy level less than 30% is better, and saturated fatty acid is to keep almost 7% energy, and DHA and EPA to eat fish over 1 or 2 times per week is better, and arachidonic acid to eat moderate animal foods. And it's important to check the balance of N6 and N3 to PUFA. So it means that to eat both fish and meat is better for the Japanese. Thank you for your kind attention.
I'd like to introduce the last speaker in the session, Dr. Kun-Pei Lin from National Taiwan University Hospital. The title of his talk is Analysis of Plasma MicroRNAs as Biomarkers of Dynapenia in Older Adult. So let's welcome Dr. Lin.
Thank you, Professor Lin and Professor Alai. It is my honor to be here and present this topic. Our study is the analysis of plasma microRNAs as a biomarker for Dynapenia in older adults. Dynapenia, most people know sarcopenia, but Dynapenia is very important too. We will introduce the Dynapenia according the phenomenon and the definition and the characteristic of the Dynapenia. And because Dynapenia and the sarcopenia are very similar, and they share the same symptoms and the same signs, so we will introduce the distinction between these two diseases. And the third, the impact of the Dynapenia on overall health and the functional abilities in older adults. Dynapenia, the definition of Dynapenia is the age-associated loss of muscle strength, and the predominance caused by non-specific conditions. In other words, if patients with specific disease such as the stroke or muscle damage, neural damage, we can say they may be caused by the secondary factor or secondary cause. And the characteristics of Dynapenia is the same or similar to the sarcopenia. It has a slowness, weakness, and a low physical performance. However, there is currently no agrees upon the algorithm to diagnose Dynapenia. There is these two charts illustrate how Dynapenia is influenced by the age. In the left chart, the red lines represent the muscle mass, and the blue lines represent the muscle strength. We can see the red line, the muscle mass is declined later than the blue lines. So the muscle strength decline is occurred early than the muscle mass. As the age, the right pictures is show the data is from the South America. We can see in different age group, the prevalence of Dynapenia is also different. In the people with 50s, the prevalence of Dynapenia is about 17%. When the people consider they are older, if they in 70s, the Dynapenia prevalence becomes approximately 30%. So this indicates the Dynapenia prevalence is higher than all adults. This slide shows the distinction between the Dynapenia and the sarcopenia. The main difference between Dynapenia and sarcopenia lies in muscle mass. Dynapenia typically refer to a functional decline, and this means the blue area. The blue area shows the decreased muscle strength, and the gray area that shows the decrease in muscle mass. Their combined zones, the dark gray area, is the sarcopenia. So we can say sarcopenia is equal to the decreased muscle strength, Dynapenia, and the decreased muscle mass. However, the age loss of muscle strength is weakly associated with the loss of muscle mass. For example, if the patient with weight gain also had muscle strength decrease, but their muscle mass still increase. So, when our focus is the muscle strength or muscle functions, consider the sarcopenia may be not specific. Dynapenia may be the more, when we focus on the muscle function or focus on the muscle strength, Dynapenia may be a better target. Dynapenia also has impacts for overall health. First, it will increase the risk of physical disability and poor physical performance. The people with Dynapenia also increase risk of falls. Maybe they have weakness or slowness or bad or worse environments that they increase the falls. And though they also have more risk of impaired metabolic health, such as hypertension, diabetes, or hyperlipidemia. Because muscle and bone have very close relationship, so the patient with Dynapenia also has higher risk of low bone density. Some studies also indicate that Dynapenia has correlations with cognition function. And because the Dynapenia makes people's weakness, so they also reduce quality of life. And overall, we had found the Dynapenia had increased mortality in the elderly. Several biomarkers in Dynapenia have been described. The most described biomarker is the MicroRNA, specific on the muscle specific MicroRNA. And some inflammation markers have been demonstrated in previous studies, such as CRP or the ESR. Some proteins like insulin-like growth factor or myostatin has also been found. Cortisol and testosterone, these endocrine markers, also be found in some of the Dynapenia cases. However, most biomarkers are uncertain, and ongoing research may identify additional markers to refine the significance of existing ones. This slide shows the microRNAs, how the microRNAs functions in our physiology. The message RNA produced by the typical gene and proceeds the synthesis of protein. However, microRNA acts on the message RNA and leading to the degradation of the target. They will inhibit the protein synthesis or then block the protein assembly. This slide shows the postulated mechanisms between microRNA function and the Dynapenia. When people become aging, there are physical changes that occur at the cellular level, such as mitochondrial dysfunction, chronic inflammation, metabolic dysfunction, cell apoptosis, and insulin resistance increase. They were found associated with microRNAs regulation. These factors may lead to the Dynapenia. And patients with Dynapenia also leads to the physical inactivity, and they may have insufficient nutrition. Both of these two conditions may worsen the physiology change. So it became a virtuous cycle. So the microRNAs plays a certain role in the physiological change. So this is our studies methodology. We will select the patients from our OPD, and the demographic information will be collected. Then the plasma samples will be collected and processing. The identification and the quantifications of specific microRNA will be done. This is our study flow chart. We enroll patients aged older than 65 years old and who visit our geriatric OPD. Some will be excluded, including the unwilling or the total dependence like bedridden status, or the cancer patient or disease terminal case, because their function or their prognosis was different from the community ones, and who are incapable to be evaluated, because we need some evaluate tools. So if they have total hearing impairment or vision impairments, they cannot proceed this evaluation. The sixth, patient with stroke or neurodegeneration disease will be excluded because, as I mentioned above, patient with specific disease leads to the muscle weakness or neural damage. They may consider as a secondary effect, not the pure Dynapenia. And these patients will be tested physical and functions performance, and measure the body composition and collect the biomarker, including the microRNA. We will do the age and sex match compare. And finally, we found the normal group about the 38%, and the Dynapenia group is about the 34%. They all for the prepared sample and for the microRNA analysis. Our studies criteria for Dynapenia definition is for the two criteria. Criteria one is the grip strength. In men, if they had less than 28 kilometers. In women, if she had less than 18 kilometers, was considered a lower grip strength. As for the walk speed, we use the 6 meters walk test. If they were tested lower than 1 meters per second, they were considered as a low walk speed. If patients meet the criteria 1 or 2, will consider the Dynapenia. These criteria were set based on the Asian working group for sarcopenia. When they collect the plasma, the chromosome for microRNAs, we will check the total RNA extraction and the small RNA library preparation. And then the size collection, and we will do the most important step, the next generation sequencing. After the next generation sequencing, we will perform scrutiny and read the filtering. Adapter remove filtering against other RNA species and annotations against human reference genomes. And at final, may find the novel microRNA discovery. This is our sample process summary. Also, we had 72 participant samples curated, but there were 2 samples because of poor RNA quality was excluded, and there was 9 samples because of poor sequencing quality was excluded. So as the final, they had a total of 61 samples was collected for the downstream analysis. The right table is the simple demographics analysis. Because we had age and sex match as the first, but so the age and the sex statistically was showed not significant. We also performed other disease or other functional evaluations, but not shown in this table. The other disease like the diabetes or hyperlipidemia, hypertension was not significant in our study. Why we chose the next generation sequencing? It has three advantages. First is high throughput. NGS allows the simultaneous analysis for hundreds to millions of sequences, providing high throughput data generation and compatible for the comprehensive microRNAs coding. Two, it has a very high sensitivity. NGS can detect low abundance microRNA, offering high sensitivity for the discovery of rare or low expressed microRNA. So if the microRNA was at the very low level and the distribution to very right, we can find it. And three, NGS provides a comprehensive analysis of microRNA, not limited to the species known microRNA. We don't need to review hundreds of papers and to find previous studies chosen RNA. We perform a total complete microRNA analysis. That will enable the discovery of normal microRNAs and assess of overall microRNAs expression patterns. This is our result. The principal component analysis reveals plasma microRNAs difference between the Dynapenia and the control samples. In this principal component analysis, we can see the distribution of the two principal components, PC1 and PC2. There are still some difference in the distribution of the blue dots. Blue dots represent the control group, and the pink dots represent the case group. So these two groups has significant difference distribution. These pictures show the differential expressed microRNAs between Dynapenia and the control samples. The left table is volcano plot. The volcano plot highlights statistically significant difference in the microRNA. The x-axis represents the expression difference of microRNA. The further to the left or the further to the right means the greater of the difference. While the y-axis represents the statistically significance. Typically, if there were more upper zone, they have more significance in the study. So when we show, we can observe the blue dots as upper left. It means the negative correlation to the Dynapenia. And the right and the pink dot in the right upper zone, it shows a positive correlation to the Dynapenia. And the right picture is the heat map. Everyone knows heat map is a very good visual presentation for the ORNAs expression. We can find the blue is the control group and the case group is the pink. The lower expressions is the blue, purple area, and the red areas means is the higher expression. We can see the two areas had separate clearly. We employed the 10 microRNAs in predicting Dynapenia. It's focusing on the selective positive features. The heat map on the left illustration demonstrates their distributions. Meanwhile, the right chart shows AUC curve, AUC area for the predicting Dynapenia and reaching a promising value, 0.77. We use another 13 microRNAs in predicting the Dynapenia, focusing on selecting the negative features. The heat map on the left illustrates their better distribution. We can see the purple, blue, and the red area separate very clearly. Meanwhile, the right chart shows the AUC for the predicting Dynapenia, reaching the SM values 0.82. So the combination of supposition and negative features for prediction. We combine the positive and the negative model and combine them to a composition model. The AUC was about the 0.81. This is our future direction. In these studies, we identified a total of 10 microRNAs possibly and 13 microRNAs negatively correlate to the Dynapenia. And this microRNAs will be composition to a compound of microRNAs model. We would use them maybe to develop a validation model in the future or the verifications through the in vitro microRNAs mimic transaction. This is our conclusion and the future direction. We're using the NGS for microRNAs research. We suppose the NGS is a very good tool, especially in the complex or multifactorial disease, such as Dynapenia, sarcopenia, or frailty. They can provide a deeper understanding to this condition or disease. And our studies identifies approximately the 23 microRNAs associated with Dynapenia, and observing they has a classical effects in certain specific regulation mechanism. This may provide additional reference data for future research on Dynapenia, sarcopenia. The last, currently because there is no clear diagnosis or treatment or management guideline for Dynapenia, and we want everyone to get more attention to this condition because sarcopenia, as I described above, the muscle mass will decrease later, become the muscle strength. Muscle strength decline is early than the muscle mass loss. So Dynapenia will be found earlier than sarcopenia. So if we had more tools to detect or screen the Dynapenia, it may prevent these patients become to the sarcopenia. So our findings maybe give us screen tools in the future. Okay. This is the future directions later may be performed. The identified microRNA and their sequence in vitro synthesis of microRNA maybe we give the mimics or the inhibitor. And the transaction to the microRNA to the in vitro cells. We want to, maybe the muscle cells is the more suitable because Dynapenia or sarcopenia may occur more specifically in the muscle cell. And the screens show difference in the expression the pro-inflammation cytokines, like the interleukin-6 and TNF-alpha. Factors in protein gene degradation is also interesting mechanism. The factors and mitosis pathways may be the next the next topic. And then we will reconfirm the results by microRNA inhibitor in vital cell model. So this is my speak. Thank you for everyone.
If you have any questions, feel free raise your hands. Oh, Gustavo?
I got a question for Dr. Otsuka. Is there an evidence that there is a high intake of saturated fatty acids? Is there an evidence that there is a change in the composition of the fat in the muscle in terms of becoming more saturated?
Okay, thank you. So we have only 2 times fatty acid composition, and saturated fatty acid composition is maybe not so changed. And so we only have a serum fatty acid composition. We have no muscle fatty acid composition. I don't.
We need biopsy to see the fatty acid composition in the muscle, so it's very difficult for us. Any other questions? Oh, please go ahead.
I have a question for Professor Tsai. Thanks for wonderful and beautiful talk. My question is about that. We talk about that genomic instability is associated to the aging and aging process. My question is about that. Several people they created a drug for DNA repair because they talk about that it can because it promote the DNA repair ability, so it can restore the genomic instability. So my problem is that does the Sytwu has a similar function to DNA repair?
The short answer is I don't know. Okay, I haven't tried, but I can take a guess. Okay, and because the 62 activators actually there was help maintain all the structure and function, almost all the tissue we examined. So I think at least that improve the mitochondrial functions and also decrease the oxidative stress. And because the genomic instability, most of the problem is caused by the oxidative stress and the free radicals. So I would take a guess, but I haven't tried in the mouse. That would decrease the, the genome instabilities. And so the result is, the genome is become more the integrities will be increased. But welcome to join the studies.
Thank you. And I also have another question for Professor Otsuka. Thanks for your interesting and nice talk. Okay, I would like to share our study previously. We used the lipidomics to identify the breast milk. And our data is very interesting is that we found that the EPA and the DHA are not related to neural behavioral effect in infants. So it means if you eat a lot of the fish oil, maybe not important for the infant neural behavioral development. And so I have no idea if you are but we look for the information is that the EPA and the DHA, the function of EPA and the DHA are to can block the oxidative stress. So that's we found not for the neural behavior. But my question is that the quicker question is that do you check the free fatty acid, free form of the fatty acid in your study, or just the total form of the fatty acid?
Sorry, we have no free fatty acid, just a total fatty acid in serum.
Thank you.
Any other question? Oh, please.
I'm Wei-Ming from National Health Research Institute. I have a question to ask Dr. Kun-Pei. I think your study is very interesting because you're looking from the microRNA. But I have 2 general questions. The first question, based on your result, it seems to me very not easy to explain because when you combine positive correlate microRNA versus the negative correlate, but the total AUC almost the same. So maybe it's not a good way to take advantage of the microRNA, because usually one microRNA regulate more than probably 100 genes. So because now you are based on cross-sectional microRNA, so at the same time, so many different factors can contribute. So one possibility is, because you have a clinical data, right? So for example, you will have data 6 months later, and also measure their muscle strength. So you can compare whether from one state to the next state, and some microRNA consistently overexpress or downregulate, and maybe then you have more confidence. Those overexpression or downregulation was really associated with Dynapenia. So that's one question and suggestion. The second one is, in your official direction, you are trying to use some cell line, right? But for that particular approach, it's also very difficult because you saw many different genes under regulation. So another possibility is, if we have 2 times of microRNA, and then using the 2 times blood, you're using the RNA sequence. And then when you search for microRNA, you only search for those with a very large fold change, okay? And then try to look at the gene, presumably regular by at least a couple of microRNA, and then examine the RNA sequence to see those gene expressions. So that probably can help you to identify some gene that can be explained why they are involved in the Dynapenia. But for microRNA, it's very difficult to explain because it covers too many genes. So that's my suggestion.
Thank you, Professor Chen's suggestion. And the time, when the times go through, the patients will become different conditions. So we also had adapted a cohort. So they will be received a second chance to the microRNAs is the change, and this is will in our further plan. So maybe the microRNAs change or microRNAs library will be compared to the previous or the later. We have said the 1 year later to check this the change of including the muscle strength or the microRNAs change. We'll set the 1 year later follow up. And thank you for your suggestions for this future direction. And the second is muscle is the cells. We didn't know this microRNAs regulation more and more mechanisms in the cellular type, but we just want to set a simple environment to observe is the change. But indeed, the total change of the Dynapenias cannot see in the just in the particular specific cell type. Maybe we can observe the clinical condition in the human or in the animal model, not just to transaction to the cell type. Thank you.
Gustavo?
I have a connected question to Dr. Lin about the microRNAs. Where do these microRNAs come from? Because how do you know that these microRNAs come from the muscle, for instance? Because in the muscle, it's interesting, the microRNAs are usually packed in extracellular vesicles. So they don't usually are soluble, the microRNAs that come from the muscle. So how do you know, first, where do you think the microRNAs of interest come from? And second, are you really measuring, or are you planning to measure them, or are you including in your measurements the microRNAs that are already packed as extracellular vesicles?
Thank you. This the simplest from the plasma serum is enough for the muscle. Muscle is our future maybe want to transaction, but we in our study the microRNA sample is from the serum, the plasma, and this plasma maybe we have the total serum is not in because we had considered the exosome first, but we also choose the total serum to the analyze the microRNA. So the muscle cell is not in our study.
Yeah, thank you for all of our speakers. I enjoy very much for today's speeches, and I think 3 of our speakers talking about the nutrition. Professor Tsai suggests that we may have to eat more peels of Ting-Fen to increase our healthy longevity. And Professor Lai talking about the dietary fibers can increase or preserve our cognitive function. And Professor Otsuka said that the EPA, DHA related to fish intake, maybe it can increase our healthy longevity. So I want to ask all of you, make a comment for the ordinary people, especially for the older people. What is the food composition they have to take? The orange peel or dietary fiber or fish? What is more important? Thank you.
I have been asking about how much of the pills is enough to promote the longevity. The answer is it's too difficult because you need tons of pills each day. So actually, we are developing the healthy food or the food, and to extract the hesperity from the orange peels. And then because the orange peel, the hesperity is not actually a strong Sytwu enhancers. So we are now trying to using the bacteria in vitro to convert the hesperity into hesperity and to develop it into a health food. So I think it's probably coming soon next year. And through that way, that probably is more feasible to promote longevity by only eating the pills. I think that is good for the intake of a little bit of hesperidin and probably is the fibers. But for the instant effect on the anti-aging, I think that you need to wait for the for the food that contain the hesperity. Yeah, that's my comment.
For my opinion, I think first I think it depends on what genotype you have. Because I propose that dietary fiber could have effect on cognitive function, especially on E4 subject. And on my other study on the non-E4 subject, I think there has some other nutrition is important on the non-E4 subject. For example, the antioxidant is very important for the non-E4 subject. In the journal, I think the anti-inflammatory or antioxidant is very commonly in the aging process and the dementia process. Maybe those nutrition is commonly can be used in most subject of the with age of dementia. This is my opinion. Thank you.
So in my opinion, so today I showed the result of fatty acid, but my opinion is rather than the nutrition, so I think the psychological well-being in diet is a more stronger effect for older adults' health. So in our data, so satiety of food or delicious to thinking about food is a protective factor to protect the appetite. to keep the appetite. So I think that for the elderly, so eating fish and pill and other thing is important, but I think the psychological well-being is more better older. So, but today I didn't mention about this.
Basically, we do not recommend a specific nutrient. We stress the importance of dietary diversity, including fish, meat, dairy product, and so forth. So, well, if we have a lot of evidence that show that, please. Specific nutrient is important for muscle health, brain health, cardiovascular health, but it's, we need to be cautious about the interpretation of the data. So, on.
I'm Chang from Korea. I have a short question to Otsuka. So I heard that when you measure fatty acid, the fatty acid level of red blood cell is much more stable than blood level. I mean, so did you consider the RBC level of fatty acid rather than plasma level?
Not red blood cell fatty.
Yeah, I mean, you measure the plasma blood level of fatty acid level, right? But instead of that, red blood cell fatty acid level in RBC, red blood cell is much more stable and more representative. I heard that. So did you consider that?
No, we have not.
Yeah, just as a question, as I'm asking. Thank you so much.
I should like to ask Professor Otsuka a very interesting question is, now more and more people adopt vegetarian style. So they think vegetarian is good for health. So in your opinion, is any way there can be a very balanced vegetarian style that can still lead to a long, healthy aging process? Because you asking people to eat, at least one time per week fish, and also to balance the fish and the animal food. But for vegetarian, they don't eat fish. They don't eat animal fat. Then, if they ask you, then what can I do to have a very healthy aging? Do you have any suggestion for that?
Vegetarian.
Vegetarian.
Sorry, I have no idea, but animal protein is important for health, and so for vegetarian, they don't eat fish, and their blood levels of EPA are very low, and so for them, I would like to advise to eat alpha-linoleic acid to create their body to EPA and DHA, and so.
Vegetarian is, I think it's better for health in young people. The only problem with the vitamin D deficiency, so we need to have a supplement of vitamin D for vegetarian. But in older people, I think we need animal protein for longevity. That's my belief, but I don't know about. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. I have a question to Professor Otsuka. When we think about Japan situation, like let's say compare 1950 to the nowadays, the longevity and healthy longevity is increasing, but in terms of food consumption, we are increasing meat consumption, not for the fish consumption. I think it's kind of paradoxical, the evidence that you presented. Do you have any idea what? I'm not sure what we should increase.
Yeah, thank you. So you said so our fish consumption decreased and meat intake is increased, and our healthy life longevity is increasing. So I think that animal protein is important for Japanese because we had a low animal protein and fat intake previously, but now our consumption of animal protein is almost good for our health. But at the top of the food stuff from in the animal protein is changing. Our DHA and EPA intake are decreasing.
So you may agree that the carbohydrate should decrease to increase the animal protein, right?
Maybe it affects our longer longevity.
Yeah. Maybe that's the consensus.
I think it's multifactorial to explain healthy aging in Japan or other countries. For example, national health coverage is very important for healthy longevity and also longer education and less smoking. And so those, in combine those factors, our healthy longevity and also life expectancy is increasing in the last 50 years. So maybe nutrition is one of them, but it's hard to address which is better or which is worse. So, but generally speaking, we need good fat to maintain a sufficient amount of energy and good protein and good fat in addition to carbohydrate. That's my belief. Do you have any opinion?
I agree with you.
Any other question? I have a question to Professor Tsai. So you have a good reporter system. So have you tried whether hespertin can increase the expression of reporter gene in your mouse? Or which organ is more expression of cystic gene is enhanced by administration of hespertin?
I think all of them are activated by Sytwu, but yeah, almost all the tissue are exempt. But because of the basal level of Sytwu in different organs, they are different. So and also under different situations. For examples, I show one slide. If you have a calorie restriction or starvation, the most important to increase the highest organ is the liver, okay, and next is the muscle. But when we treated the hespertin, hespertin will increase almost every tissues and increase to the levels and then all compatible to their young age. So it's quite amazing. But if I use a different Sytwu activator, because we got a panel of Sytwu activator, and some of them they are small compound, and then we aim to develop is the clinical drug. And then particular with different series of novel compounds. And actually the target is different. They have different mechanism of action. So, but in general, if the hespertin, in terms of hespertin, I think it's almost all the tissues are exempt. They increase the Sytwu to the levels that are compatible to the young age. Okay.
I have a related question that at the beginning, why you chose the transcription regulation instead of just the Sytwu, activator?
No, actually the regulation of the Sytwu is at multiple layers. Not only the transcription and also the RNA stability and the protein stabilities. Almost every layers they have different regulations. I choose the at the initial stage I choose the transcription because it's much easier to get into. It's just because it's much easier to set up the platform.
As I mentioned, hespertin is available as a supplement in Japan and maybe in Taiwan. So
talking about the hespertin.
Hespertin. Yes. So have you identified the good microbiota to convert hespertin to hespertin?
Oh, that is the top secret. Yeah, it is a top secret. And I just mentioned that, that discussed with our president how to have patents to protect. Yeah, it is a top secret.
I see.
No, I'm going not to tell you.
Okay, that's top secret. Thank you. Okay, so we are running out of time. So if there's no other question, I'd like to close the session. So please give the big applause to all the speakers. Thank you.
please come to the front of the stage. The moderators will present special gifts to thank for your contributions for this session. So this session we have Professor Li Mengzhi, who is a consultant physician and the past superintendent of Taichung Hospital, Ministry of Health and Welfare. And the next one is Professor Huang Guojing, who is the vice superintendent of National Taiwan University Hospital. Let's welcome these two moderators.
Thank you. And I'm Dr. Li, and next to me is Professor Huang. We are very honored to be the moderator for this session, a very interesting and also important session. And I would like to introduce our first speaker, Angelique Wei-Ming Chang, doctor, and she graduated from University of California for her PhD and then a postdoc at the University of Michigan. And now she is an associate professor and also executive director for the Center for Aging Research and Education TLSA, National University Singapore Medical School in Singapore. And this afternoon, she's going to give us a talk on a very interesting topic. We already have many interactions before her speech is investigating the impact of loneliness on hand grip strength among older men, women in Singapore. Let's welcome Dr. Tsai.
Thank you very much, Dr. Li, and thank you to the National NHRI for the invitation. I feel like saying now for something completely different because, like I said, I'm a sociologist, but I'm very interested in biology of aging. And I think one of the reasons that I'm here, and I'm really happy to be here, is because oftentimes social sciences don't talk to biologists. And I think in terms of aging, we need to have more conversation and be more interdisciplinary. So today I'm going to talk about loneliness, which is a very big issue in many countries, many developed countries, and hand grip strength, and some initial results that we found by gender. So loneliness has gained attention in recent years, and actually on the 15th of November this year, WHO announced a new commission on social connection to address loneliness as a pressing health threat, promote social connection as a priority, and accelerating the scale-up of solutions in countries of all incomes. And some of the members include the US Surgeon General and the Japanese Minister in charge of measures of loneliness and isolation. And the United Kingdom also has a Minister for Loneliness. In Singapore, we, I think, are on the way. But globally, 1 in 4 older persons are lonely. So how do you define loneliness? Well, way back in 1982, Peplau and Perlman were one of the first to create this definition. And they said it's a distressing feeling that accompanies a perceived discrepancy between one's desired and actual social relationships. So this is the definition that I'm using for loneliness today, and I'll talk about how we measure it in a minute. One of the things Dr. Li said I must do is to say that loneliness does not equate with social isolation. So you can be lonely in a crowd, and you can be living alone and not lonely. So that is one of the distinctions that I wanted to make today. And loneliness does not equal depression. They're correlated, pretty highly correlated, but they're not the same thing. So why is loneliness important? Well, because social relationships or the lack of, are as bad as smoking a pack of cigarettes a day, having high blood pressure, being obese, and low physical activity. So a lot of times, loneliness is overlooked. It's never something that, information that doctors collect in clinic. But we found that 75 of readmissions in hospitals are due to social causes. And in Singapore, about 39% of older adults report being lonely. And this is from a study of 5,000 older people in 2016. A recent paper we published on healthy life expectancy shows that loneliness decreases total life expectancy by 6 years, and it decreases active life expectancy by 3.4 years. One of the things about healthy life expectancy I wanted to add in here, because I'm a demographer, when you look at Singapore and Japan, we are 1 year difference in terms of healthy life expectancy. But healthy life expectancy is calculated on a life table, and it goes from 0 to 80 plus. The reason that Singapore has increased its healthy life expectancy so dramatically is because we decreased maternal and infant mortality, and we're better managing NCDs. However, if you calculate healthy life expectancy at age 60, we are not doing so good, and neither is Japan. If you calculate the number of years you'll spend healthy from 60 onwards, you can expect to spend 12 years of that time, and average life expectancy is 84, 85 years, unhealthy. Because healthy life expectancy is calculated the number of days you spend disabled. So I think that's one thing that people sort of overlook when they think about healthy life expectancy. Like, it looks really good for the country. But if you look at older people and calculate, and it's starting at age 60, the picture is not as rosy as we think. And what we've been finding in Singapore is, the government always says the family is the first line of support. And there's a lot of incentive to live with family, tax incentives, priority in the queue. But it's not equal to good psychological health. In fact, you'll see later on that people living with children are more lonely than older people that live with a spouse alone only. So currently in Singapore, we're actually focusing on programs to increase social engagement. So the government just put in another 800 million, I think, into developing social programs to get people out of their homes. And at the moment, there are no evidence-based interventions for loneliness in Singapore. So this is what I wanted to show you, and it relates back to Dr. Lee's comment about you can be with people, like with a child, and you can, 28% of these people who live with a child only are mostly lonely, and 25% are sometimes lonely. And you can see that living with a spouse, there's a huge difference in the percentage who are mostly lonely compared to those living with a child without a spouse. So spouses are very important. So in 2015, we looked at mortality and loneliness using a longitudinal data set. We had 3 waves of data, and we found that even controlling for living arrangements, social networks, health status measured by presence of disability, activity of daily living limitation, and number of chronic diseases, that loneliness was still associated with a greater risk of death. And one of the things that I'm looking at now is the fact that not all lonely people are the same. And the reason that's important is because if we want to develop interventions for lonely older adults, we need to take this into account. So for example, you can have, this is the scale for loneliness. This is low, and this is being very lonely. And you can see that people who are very lonely have very low levels of personal mastery. That means control over their lives, they think. And they also have high number of depressive symptoms, and their social networks are moderate. And this is different, for example, to someone who's not lonely. They have high levels of personal mastery, moderate depressive symptoms, weak social networks. So there's something going on, and we're trying to develop archetypes of lonely older adults. So I think one of the reasons I was invited here was to talk about the longitudinal cohort that we have in Singapore. And in 2015, our Ministry of Health commissioned the center to run a nationally representative study on productive and active aging. We call it the SIGN study. And the aim was to monitor and track changes in lives of older Singaporeans. And the focus was really on physical health, function, social engagement, lifelong learning, volunteering, and psychological well-being. So this was 2015 was actually a turning point in Singapore, where they put out an action plan for successful aging, and they started realizing that the social determinants of health were important, because most of the money before was poured into biomedical research. So we were funded to do this initial cross section. We got around 4,500 people, and then in 2019 we got to 887, and right now we have boosted this number to 10,000 people in 2023, because the idea being social determinants of health are important. And what we have done is we've linked the health records from the Ministry of Health with our survey data, so we can actually look at diagnosis, hospitalization, length of stay, and how much they paid for their visits. The only thing we don't get is GP visits, visit to private clinics. So one of the things that I wanted to show here, actually, if you look on this side, is if you look at length of life and quality of life and health outcomes, you'll see that the physical environment has 10% influence over length of life and quality of life. Social and economic factors contribute 40% in terms of prediction, clinical care 20%, and health behaviors 30%. So what we try to do in our survey is to collect information on all of these factors to try and tease out what is driving poor health outcomes in Singapore. And one of the things that we do is we work very closely with our aging planning office, and we actually co-designed the questionnaire together. And this is our agency for integrated care, so looking at long-term care. And our urban redevelopment authority, looking at environmental design. And there's a lot of work now looking at green space and psychological well-being. So the study that we are running right now is really focused on the social determinants of health. So how do you measure loneliness? Well, the most common way is to use the 3-item loneliness scale that was developed at UCLA. There's a 20-item version of this, but they found that the 3-item version worked just as well. So the first question is, how often do you feel that you lack companionship? And we translated this into Mandarin and Malay and Tamil. And you could say always, fairly often, occasionally, rarely, never, don't know, refused. The second question is, how often do you feel left out? Left out of activities, and the third question is, how often do you feel isolated from others? So we coded the don't know and refused as missing, and we dichotomized the measures into lonely or not lonely. So lonely meant that 2 or more of the responses were occasionally or higher versus not lonely. How do we measure hand grip strength? This was actually work with a colleague from Japan, Professor Yasuhiko Saito at Nihon University. He was working with us to collect information on grip strength. So apart from the social aspects of aging, we also collected information on BMI, grip strength, gait speed, chair stand, and blood pressure. And today I'll just be talking about the grip strength. And so while standing, respondents were asked to squeeze the dynamometer as hard as possible and then let go. We conducted it twice on each hand, and we measured based on mean of 2 measurements on the dominant hand. A colleague of mine then took this data and revised the normative values for grip strength in Singapore because it's lower than in the West. So that was an interesting exercise as well. This is the paper that I'm referring to. So in the analysis that I'm going to present today, weak or low grip strength was defined as the lowest 20th percentile. And we tested both a dichotomized variable and a continuous variable. We did linear and logistic regression models with hand grip strength at wave 2. And we looked at loneliness at wave 1 as the key explanatory variable. So you've got 2 waves of data. You've got loneliness at wave 1, hand grip strength at wave 2. And we controlled for the following: age, sex, ethnicity, education, housing, living arrangements, number of health-related limitations, ADLs, IADLs, chronic conditions, social network. And we did weighting for attrition. So what did we find? Well, we found that being lonely at wave 1 was associated with weak hand grip strength at wave 2 when we dichotomized it. So if you were lonely at wave 1, you were 1.7 times more likely to have low grip strength at wave 2. But interestingly, this result was driven by the men. So these are the results for the men. And you'll see that if men were lonely at wave 1, at wave 2, they were 2.2 times more likely to have lower grip strength. This was not found for women. So there was no relationship for women between loneliness and hand grip strength over the 2-year study period. So that is interesting, and we're going to actually be looking into the gender differences some more. So the conclusion is that loneliness predicts lower hand grip strength over a 2-year period. And what we think is happening is that there are gender differences in roles. So older women are more involved in housework activities, and they're more likely to go out and be social. Whereas in Singapore, when older men retire, they're less likely to make new friends, go out and engage in social activities. So what the results suggest is we need to engage older men to be more active in order to improve health-related quality of life in old age. So that is basically my presentation, and I'm happy to take questions later. Thank you.
Thank you. our next speaker is Dr. Dai, and Professor Dai, graduated from the Kaohsiung Medical University for his MD, MS, and PhD. And now he's also a member of Taiwan Longitudinal Study on Aging, and also a cohort study on the daycare center network. So Dr. Dai has published many papers on using the TLSA, Taiwan Longitudinal Study. Today, he's going to give us his summary on from TLSA, that's the Taiwan Longitudinal Study on Aging, to comprehensive public health screening strategy in the elderly. Dr. Dai, please.
Thank you for the introduction of Professor Lee, and thank you for the invitation of the NHRI for this speech. And today I'm going to talk about the healthy influenza of the elderly and introduce the current public health screening strategy for the elderly in Taiwan. And then third, I will give a brief introduction of the TLSA study. And the final one, I will introduce our innovative approaches to how to use TLSA or other cross-sectional or longitudinal study to public health screening. There are myriads of healthy influences of the elderly, which include biological and psychological and genetic factors, including age and body indexes, including many biomarkers, many speakers mentioned before, and the social factors. I believe the social determinants of health is the main factors which will influence the elderly and the longevity. And there is also the lifestyle and healthy behaviors and our healthcare delivery system matters. And the healthy outcome is successful aging, longevity, or we have discussed the dementia or depression, or the most important thing is the mortality, disability, and frailty. Here is the scheme of the screening strategy for the elderly in Taiwan, and we are now trying to integrate the ICOPE scheme into Taiwan since 2019. In Taiwan, we take the 8 major perspectives to do the first screening. However, we mostly use the questionnaires to do the first step of the screening. And the other screening tests include annual health exam, mostly based on the Framingham study. We examine the many factors including blood sugar, lipid profile for the evaluation of CV risk, and chronic kidney disease, and so on. And we also have the cancer screening. And in recent 2 years, we introduced the low-dose lung CT for the smokers and residents who has a strong family history. And for some local governments, and they will provide the extra examination. For example, the abdominal echo, or PSA, or some biological factors for the near poor or low income elderly. And also the Ministry of Health and Welfare and encourage the local health center to do the sarcopenia screening using the SCARF scale and or the SOF. And the last one, we only screen the social support or caregiver burden on the cares of the disabled patient. And I want to discuss, there are many screening strategies for the public health. The most common one is one shot for one target. It's like use only one, for example, the BMP for the heart failure. This is one shot for one target, or the one gene for the one disease. And the multiple arrows for one target is like use questionnaires. You use many questions and targeting at a variety. However, in my perspective, screening strategy for the elderly, especially to investigate the geriatric syndrome, is like the right side one. Maybe we have a one shot or the one screening test for multiple targets. For example, the hand grip may be highly associated with sarcopenia and maybe highly associated with frailty. And the other one is multiple arrows for multiple targets. It's like our comprehensive geriatric assessments. So, can we find a better screening strategy from the experience of the population-based cohort study? So I want to introduce the Taiwan longitudinal study on aging first. There are a lot of longitudinal study worldwide, including TLSA and the J-STAR in Japan, and the NILS-LSA in Japan, and other study in Korea, China, and the US. Also the science study in Singapore. And the TLSA establishment and follow-up now, the data has been opened for the 9th waves. It is from 1989 to 2019. It has 4 cohorts. You can see that the cohort initially included only patient age 60 and above. And as the time goes by, the participants become younger and younger. And that's mainly because the Taiwan's government wants to evaluate the early factors or early predictors and may try to intervene into the process of aging. The sample of TLSA, it is designed as a prospective cohort study, and the location is mostly the elderly and middle age in the non-Aboriginal townships. And both institutional and community dwelling participants are covered. And the strategy is stratified multi-stage probability sample. And so it is a national representative of age 50 and above. And the data collection is a face-to-face questionnaire interview, and the data linkage can linkage to the National Health Insurance database. And the variables in the TLSA include the many aspects, include the physical, psychological, and social determinants of health, which include the characteristics of patients and the healthcare service usage, and the pension or economic status, and the comorbidity. And physical function, we have self-rated health, mobility, ADL, IADL, and frailty scale. And social, psychological functions, in a TLSA, we use GDS-15 and SPM-SQ. And we also have the sensory impairment assessment, including the self-report hearing and visual impairments, and oral health impact profile, and so on. So after the introduction of the TLSA, I want to discuss what is our innovative approaches to public health screening, and I will give our example. The first one is the integration of questionnaire and function test, because most of the questionnaire will be influenced by the cognitive function. So in the public health screening, especially for the ICOP, I think we should integrate the questionnaire and functional test. And the second one, I want to echo the previous speaker. They say that most of the screening neglect the importance of social determinants of health. So I think we should collaborate with welfare and dental health system. And the third one, the third question is it possible we use the existing screening tool for the new target? And the fourth is we should pay more attention to the trajectory, not only to the instant or prompt test. And the first example is that, as I mentioned above, is the current screening strategy for the ICOP is we use questionnaires to evaluate the 8 domain of the Geroscience syndrome. And we did an evaluation. We found that instead of asking a question, the physical function impairment and sarcopenia, gait, balance, and fall, these all can be tested by or screened by the dominant hand grip strength and then 6-meter walk test. And the second one is the hearing and visual impairment. Instead of using the questionnaire, we recommend using a ring test and a Snell scale test. And osteoporosis, we can use high-loss, wall occiput distance, or rib pelvis distance instead. And we have tested that our model is more efficient than just using the questionnaire. And the second example is for using or collaborate with the dental care system. And as we all know, we try to use the biomarkers or the questionnaire to predict the frailty or dementia. However, many older people has the dental problems. Therefore, if we can apply a screening tool in the dental clinic or integrate with the oral health practitioner, we may have a better screening rate. Therefore, we use the TLSA and use the stepwise logistic regression and selected that here's a composite of age and female and the oral health impact profile questions. But the question 3 is uncomfortable to eat, and the question 7 is test words. And in combination with the past history, like DM or CKD, it can has a integrated or composite model to predict frailty or dementia. So it can be applied in the dental system or the oral health practitioner to screen the frailty and dementia. And the sensitivity is quite good. The AUC is above 80%. And the cutoff for the frailty is 80, which means that if the age over 80, it is a high possibility of frailty. And each factor has the same weight of the age. But if you have diabetes or chronic kidney disease, the weight is doubled. So it is a quite different approach to the common screening strategy. And the third one is, is an example for, is it possible to use the current screening tool for the target? In this model, we use the annual health exam data and the social support or social pension data, and to predict whether a patient have sarcopenia. As you all know, the sarcopenia, the sensitivity of the scarf is around 40 or 50% only. And the predictor of this SARCF is about 60 to 70. So after we select this model, we can see that the composition of this factor, including age, female, do you receive the social assistance pension on the absence of exercise, is a healthy behavior, underweight, normal fasting, glucose level, and abnormal creatinine level. It can become a better screening tool in prediction of sarcopenia. You can see the AUC is about 75%. It is much better than the current using screening tool, the SCARF. And besides, it did not have to use another screening tool and take many manpower to do it. We can just screening from our National Health Database and to select the patient who has high risk of sarcopenia. And the last one is, I want to talk about the visual trajectory. And most of the question about the sensory impairment is the current state of the condition. For example, do you have the visual impairment right now? The question is mostly like that. But however, we found that instead of using the persistent visual impairment as a question, the visual trajectory from no visual impairment to visual impairment has a better risk, is a better predictor. Therefore, we think that instead of the question just asking about the instant or the current condition, we need to ask the trajectory or the changes of the status. It might be more beneficial as an indicator. And our many study has our domestic academic collaboration include Chi-Jung Hospital with Professor Lee and Zhongshan Medical University, NHRI, China Medical University, and so on. And our international collaboration also was University of Michigan, and University of Minnesota Nihon University, and CGG. And my take-home message is, do we have to use or find another biomarker for the screening of the elderly? And my answer is maybe you can use current screening tool and one shot for multiple targets or multiple arrow for multiple targets. So we may need a comprehensive or integrative screening system instead of using each screening test for one purpose. And it's quite important to integrate health and welfare system and dental health system. The last one is the population-based cohort, I think, may shed new light on future screening strategy. So when we design a new cohort study or want to add a new biomarker to the cohort study, we have to find or think what kind of a marker is promising. And thank you. This is my talk.
Let me introduce Dr. Watson. He is the Raymond and Anna Duque Professor of Geriatric Medicine, the Deputy Director of the Division of Geriatric Medicine and Gerontology. He received his medical degree from the University of Cincinnati and completed General Internal Medicine Residency and Geriatric Fellowship at the Johns Hopkins University. His research interests have focused on the identification of physiological and molecular underpinning of chronic disease, frailty, and late life vulnerability. This research has resulted in an internationally recognized portfolio of frailty research that has been instrumental in helping uncover important physiology and molecular changes that contribute to the late life vulnerability. Dr. Watson leads the NIA-sponsored Johns Hopkins American Independence Center and is the PI of several other grants that focus on inflammation and on translation uses for molecular discovery. In addition, he is a co-founder and the co-director of the Biology of Healthy Aging program, where he provides aging research and career mentorship for junior faculty, fellowship, and graduate students. He has over 200 publications in medical literature and served as the American editor of the Oxford Textbook of Geriatric Medicine. He has won numerous prestigious awards for his research, including the Duque National Leadership Fellowship and the Grand Award for Biological Aging Research. Today, the video will give us a talk titled as the New Studies of Biomarkers of Resiliency in Older Adults. Let's welcome Professor Watson and watch his video.
Good morning to my friends in Taipei. I'm so sorry I couldn't make it this year to the meeting, but hopefully this will give you some great insights into the biology of resiliency that we've been working on and lead to future collaborative efforts and working together. As I mentioned, Taipei is one of my favorite cities on the planet. Last year's meeting was absolutely amazing. I hiked up to the top of Elephant Mountain and still have these amazing pictures of that. So in any case, thank you for the invitation, and I will get on with our presentation. So our goal in geriatrics is to help older adults thrive and maintain resilience, high function and purpose. And I put these couple of pictures in here. Queen Elizabeth, shortly before her death, 3 days before her death, met the new prime minister. And the fact that she was nearly 100 years old and able to do that is really something that we want to do. She was, responded well to all sorts of treatments over the years and was quite resilient and cognitively intact. And then you all in Taipei certainly know Nancy Pelosi. She was an 82-year, she's still in her 80s, but she was very vigorous in getting across the planet, landing in Taipei, and just her activities in politics, whether or not you agree with them, she just has been incredibly resilient, and her ability to cognitively fight and physically, functionally do very well is quite amazing for somebody who's now in her mid-80s. So what older adults want is to prevent frailty and preserve resiliency. This is some of my relatives that lived in Arizona until they were about 100. They always told me they wanted to keep high energy levels, have good health. They wanted to have an ability to bounce back when they got sick. They wanted to live by themselves, not with their daughters. They wanted clear thinking with no dementia, and they wanted to have enjoyable social contacts and meaningful activities. So when we think about older people, there is this huge kind of difference. Most kids are kind of the same, but even by teens and 20s, you start seeing a difference in really how people are functioning and functional capacity. And a subset of older people do quite well, often sort of this resilient subset, and other people become disabled a lot earlier and become frail and lose their independence. So we've always been interested in trying to find the biological differences between these groups because we'd like to be able to push this orange line up further. So the talk today will be built on biological frailty research because I think that was our baseline for beginning to study resiliency a few years back, and biologic conceptualization of physical resilience and what we're working on right now. The spring study and the biologic characteristics of resiliency are what I'll report on. We're just finishing this study up. We haven't quite done all of the follow-up, so we don't have a huge amount of biologic data, but I will tell you about what we were measuring. And once we have the phenotypes of resilience in these three clinical studies, we'll be able to report those to you. So I just wanted to go back quickly to this conceptualization of frailty. This is a paper we published several years ago. And there are two major concepts of frailty. One is physical frailty, the one that we developed at Hopkins many years ago. And it has these characteristics that we see in older, community-dwelling older adults. It's not easy to measure in somebody who's in a nursing home or whatever, but these are people who are out still living in the community, and if they have if they meet three of these criteria, 3 to 5, then they're in the frail category. 1 or 2, they're in the pre-frail, and if they have 0, they're robust. This is one from Ken Rockwood and the group in Canada, deficit accumulation frailty or frailty index people use. And usually it's just the summary of all sorts of things that are wrong with people, right? So if they're disabled, they are incontinent, they have cognitive decline, it just adds up and adds up. And the more points they have, the more frail they are. So conceptually, it's sort of apples and oranges. We found it difficult to measure biologic change in these groups because there's so many different ways to get to a high number of frailty points. Whereas this one is a little more consistent. If people are meeting some of these criteria, they're still ambulatory community-dwelling older adults. We can find differences, and the same I think is true for resiliency measured. So you've seen this before. This is our slide of physical frailty and the complex pathway that gets there. And in this slide, I call it physical frailty, vulnerability, and lack of resiliency. So out here, we know that people who are frail go on to have these poor outcomes. But over the years, we've looked at these biologic changes, and you see physiology here with chronic inflammation, increased HPA axis activity, increased sympathetic nervous system activity, increased angiotensin system action, low abnormal energy production, and altered anabolic hormones. These are kind of the physiologic changes that we think are the major drivers of some of these muscle changes, nervous system changes that lead people to be frail. We think they're also critically important in resiliency, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Importantly, there are many triggers that drive this. First, molecular aging. Increasingly the sort of hallmarks of aging. We've been thinking about this for 25 years, but luckily the field has really taken off, and hopefully we can apply some of the more biologic findings to these more clinical translational studies. But you see here like mitochondrial decline, DNA methylation, necroptosis, senescent cells, autophagy, etc. are probably driving some of these things. Not all of them, but some. Certainly the energy level in mitochondria. We know that there are gene variations, environmental changes that activate these things, terrible stress, injuries, things like that can be bad. And then finally, the disease states we're on there. Sorry, I advanced a little early. But this slide shows what we call clinically apparent versus invisible measures of frailty. And you know, if you see a frail person in clinic, we know sort of their physical presence as the exam that I mentioned. But we also often see low albumin and cholesterol, some mild anemia, increased clotting factors. Those will show up in labs sometimes and are not quite a hallmark of frailty, but not uncommon in frail older adults. So you see that in clinic. But under this line, there are all sorts of biologic changes that are happening. And you know, we've been trying to measure them and have had some success, especially in big epidemiologic studies over the years, and looking at measures of inflammation. We just published a paper in Geroscience about TNF-alpha receptor 1 being a really good marker of chronic inflammation, really stable one. Cortisol and HPA axis stuff tends to be up. Activated autonomic nervous system, again, these stress response systems. Hormones, glucose intolerance, these are kind of physiologic things that can be measured in people in labs, but often aren't, just because we don't exactly know what to do with them. But they can be hallmarks of frailty and probably of the lack of resiliency. And then down here, that same sort of aging-related change that can be measured, but ultimately at this point, they're not really very translatable up into patient care. So conceptualization of frailty and resiliency, we know there's some physiologic overlap. This is, in resiliency, we often look at how people are stressed and how they recover. So, you know, if people get a big cut or a fall and are kind of briefly injured, oftentimes they'll pop right back, especially young people. They just really quickly come back to normal. And the same, you know, another stressful event, people will kind of roll downhill and get up. But as people age, they tend to be less responsive to recovery, right? Less responsive to these stresses, and they don't recover as quickly. So this is just a line that shows these things kind of falling. And when people get to be frail, often they are super vulnerable. They have a stressful event, and they just don't really recover. They never get kind of back above, and they could actually die from their consequences. So the theory of resiliency is such that we know that there's a maintenance of complexity, homeostatic regulation. These are kind of big biologic themes with lots of sub-pathways kind of embedded within them. And this leads to an overall systemic integrity and ultimately supports resiliency or ability to respond to stressors. So, you know, it's different than many chronic diseases. You can't quite measure 2 or 3 lab things and say, oh yeah, yay, we know what's going to have resilient, who's going to be resilient or not. I think many of these are going to be dependent, the measures that we're looking at, on the systemic integrity, right? So how these systems respond in the whole body is going to be super important. So the theory of resiliency goes back quite a ways. The same people who helped us think through frailty back in the 90s, Buchner and Wagner, it really stated this: resiliency is the ability to rebound from stressors and a capacity to withstand stress. So that's how we define it in older adults. It is a maintenance of complexity. Lou Lipsitz and others have written about that. Reactive tuning, the more loss of complexity in our ability to respond to stressors, the more vulnerable people are. And then homeostatic regulation, we talked about that. And again, this has all been informed a lot by our scholarship on frailty, because we know that frail people often don't have these things. They tend to kind of come apart. That's why I think that it's been very helpful to us to get into this field quickly and are about to important findings. Our colleagues at Duque have also been very outstanding at thinking this through. And you see here, you know, there's a resilience is this dynamic response, right? And stressors, things like illness, injury, surgery, psychosocial things will cause some kind of response in a system. And if you're resilient, you just kind of bounce back after a while. And if you're not, you'll have different kinds of outcomes potentially. And then there's also this pre-stress reserve, these areas, which are probably important in kind of informing what this resilience looks like. So this is some of the early hypotheses that develop resiliency. And so several years ago, we got a major NIH study of the physical resilience in aging called the SPRING study. And basically what we're doing is characterizing resilience to physical stressors in older adults. It's a dynamical physiologic systems. And you see, we have 3 studies, and I'll talk a little bit more about them. 3 stressful studies to older adults that we measure. Great team, biostatisticians, clinicians, just everybody from immunologists on down the line. So it's been an orthopedic surgeons, and anesthesiologists, oncologists. So they've been fantastic in getting this. So the 3 stressors that we're looking at is knee replacement surgery, initiation of hemodialysis, and bone marrow transplantation for hematologic malignancy. So each of these are, common procedures that happen in a subset of older adults. They're different kinds of stressors, but we're hopeful that by looking at these 3 procedures, we can find people who are resilient and not resilient, and then identify the biology that's different between these groups. So this is just a quick slide that shows, like in rebound, bone marrow transplant. We get a referral, they get a baseline visit, look at all their function, lots of different measures, lots of biologic measures that I'll talk about, and then we follow them up at 1 month, 6 months, and 12 months. And this is their big stressor right here in the middle. For dialysis initiation, people who are just on the edge of needing some kind of dialysis come in, get their baseline measurements done, functional, cognitive, lots of different blood tests. And then they're followed for several months, and then get follow-up visits after the dialysis starts. And finally, the RESTORE study, which is a total knee replacement. We get surgical referrals, many baseline visits, many come in before they get their surgery, 6 weeks before. Lots of physiologic and physical tests that we'll talk about. And then we follow them up for about a year. So, we're very close to being done now. We have a couple patients left in this one and a couple patients left in that one. And then we can do much of the biologic measures that I'm going to tell you about now. We have some, but we can't quite say who's resilient or not until these 12-month visits are done. So this is our conceptual model of the biology of resilience. So we call it resilience capacity, right? So there's an ability to respond to these big stressors. And this is kind of what happens, right? So say somebody gets knee replacement surgery, they get anesthesia, they get all sorts of maybe trouble during surgery, and then they get the surgery and see how they respond, right? So in the end, we can, over the weeks and months and years, we can see if they develop any of these kind of phenotypes and their outcomes, right? So the subset will be resilient and do great. Another subset will be kind of neutral, not really do very well. And then another subset will probably do poorly. And so that enables us then to look at the good subset, the resilient subset, and look what their biology is and see how it compares to the other ones. So importantly in this study, we have utilized a number of areas that we think are critical to contributions to resilience. So, for example, these dynamic stimulation tests, this goes back to that systemic override ability to respond to stressors. So before people get these stressors, we're measuring glucose tolerance tests, ACTH stim tests for the and cortisol for the HPA axis. We take immune system cells and stimulate them with LPS, which gives us an ability to determine the strong or weak response of these cells. And then heart rate variability is more of an autonomic nervous system measure. So before anybody gets any of this, we have a very good sense of what's happening with these systemic responses through these sort of minor dynamic stimulation tests. We also measure a host of aging-related things, senescent cells. We're looking at epigenetics, metabolomics, cell-free DNA, and a bunch of different hormones and blood tests, so cytokines and other things at baseline that are potentially very important in predicting who's going to be resilient and who's not. Many people have thought about this over the years. This is again from Matteo Cesari, and talks about which biomarkers are associated with physical resilience. And you see here, senescence, inflammation, mitochondrial function, skeletal muscle metabolism. We've picked up most of these measures, probably a little bit fewer on the muscle piece. And then you see what's low resistance. So these are kind of hypothetical measures and things that we're actively finalizing in the next couple months. So again, I mentioned these measures. I think they're super important. They're kind of core of this sort of systemic response that we see. So again, we measure these before people get their actual procedures, right? So we see how they're going to respond to sort of minor stressors. And we hypothesize that those who do not respond well are going to be less resilient. And those that do respond well and kind of pop back up to normal are going to be far more resilient in their outcomes after their clinical procedures. We know that aging-related contributors to resilience have capacity in the geroscience domain. We know immune systems in frailty and all sorts of things. We can tell that all sorts of disease states, these really make a difference, and people who have chronic inflammation and altered T-cell phenotypes often do worse, kind of in recovery periods or all sorts of things. So, these are certainly part of that. We're looking at the physical properties of cells, not just the senescent ability, but also looking at senescent changes, but also how they move. We do have a very good collaborator now who is very expert at watching these cells move and measuring the differences between frail and non-frail, and also he's going to do that then in our resilient versus non-resilient subset. So finally, we're in the final part of doing changes in these other kind of markers of, let's see if I can get back one. Other markers of resilience. I won't go back into it. I'm running out of time here. So, but I did want to do one characteristic that I think has been a Johns Hopkins thing for many years. GDF15 was actually worked on many years ago by Se-Jin Lee here at Hopkins. You see this publication from 2000. This has become a big favorite in geriatrics recently, and it gets to be induced following injuries and other things. And we think it's going to be a very strong, single molecule predictor of resilience or lack of resilience. And I'll just show you some quick data from a subset study that we've done on frailty. Fang-Yu Liu, an outstanding fellow, has published one paper on this and is about to publish another. But you see in the frail subset in proteins, this GDF15 is way up at the top in pre-frailty, and also pretty far at the top in frailty. So we think that it's going to end up being quite important. There's other important proteins here too that may end up helping us predict. You see this TNF-alpha receptor again that seems to pop up all the time. So we'll see relatively quickly which of these things are promoting resiliency or backtracking resiliency to stressors. So what does GDF15 do? It sort of circulates centrally and regulates appetite. It regulates macrophage activity with metabolic activation and alterations, and then it sort of regulates this again because we don't have the final resiliency results. We know, there's a subset of people who did very well, a subset who did very poorly, but we can't really do the analyses until we're completely finished. So this is just a graph of the sort of measures of this in sort of healthy middle-aged men and women. In our spring participants, you see, it's they're older, and it's kind of pushed out to higher levels out here in the older people, which is not unusual. So if you look at our three studies, you already see some difference in this. First, in rebound, which is the cancer subset, you see that there are a lot of people who are kind of in this normal range, but there are a subset that have high levels here, and we would again hypothesize that these are going to be the non-resilient people, the people that may well die within a month or 6 months, or never really they may be cured of their cancer, but they don't recover functionally or cognitively. In the ready or dialysis subset, you see the levels are much higher, which is probably because it's not getting dialyzed or cleared out of their system. These are before they have their dialysis, so it's kind of floating around. But long term, these folks who are waiting for dialysis are at very high risk of all kinds of things. So this particular molecule may be driving some of that. And then finally, restore, which is the knee replacement. You see, it's probably not as important, interestingly, right? So you see, like, a lot of these people, they're older, they're in their 70s, but they have, pretty good levels. And I would predict that these are the folks that are just kind of doing quite well. And these few are the ones that didn't do very well after their surgery. But we'll find that out very shortly once we get measures done. So I think I will skip this. We've also done a lot of metabolic measurements, with our we know that energy changes are super important in frailty and drops in energy, glucose intolerance. And so we're beginning to delve into the very deep biologic changes that are happening. And you begin to see in these frail subsets, things like ketoglutarate, malate, fumarate, some things along this TCA cycle are really important, and we're gonna do a lot of work there to determine if there are some sort of roadblocks here that are dropping energy levels or something blocking this, so that people who have these elevations are less likely to be able to recover because of their the changes in how they make energy and use energy to repair their tissues. Finally, aging-related contributors to resilience capacity. We are actively measuring senescent cell markers in the knee tissues with the colleagues at Mayo. So hopefully next year we'll have some really, really important findings there. Cell-free DNA, which activates immune system changes. We're going to look at that. Mitochondrial energy and metabolomic measures. I showed you a little bit of that, but those are really going to be a big piece of what we're doing in these age-specific changes. So finally, what's next in the field? Again, we're going to identify resilient outcomes in knee replacement, new dialysis, and bone marrow transplant. They're very different stressors, and the subjects who come in for these studies are older, but they're also physically probably different in a way. These folks have had more chronic illness. These folks have an acute illness and are generally in pretty good shape if they're going to make it to get bone marrow transplant. And then knee replacement, there's a huge variability in people who are obese, people who have rheumatoid arthritis, all kinds of things that have gotten them to that place. So it's a lot of variability here. And so we're going to look at the relationship between the baseline biologic, clinical, and dynamical systems, as well as psychological variables with these resilient outcomes. So, some people do well, some people do poorly. And we can look at the biologic differences between the two. And we'll be doing that basically in December and January. And hopefully next year I can come to Taipei and present a really beautiful amount of data on this. And so we're also going to be developing models that facilitate better understanding of interactions. So some of these things may pop up in all three of these stressors. And that would then be a way to begin to look at biomarkers in clinical practice that may help predict how people are going to do. So that's a super important kind of geriatrics field builder, because sometimes people get terrible injuries and are going to do very poorly. For example, if somebody is going to get a bone marrow transplant and has some of these markers, they would often die very quickly after the bone marrow transplant. But if you didn't do it, they may live 6 months, a year, not do great, but they have a better health span and lifespan. So those are the kinds of things we hope to do. in all kinds of different geriatric measurement areas. And then finally, interventions based on biologic discovery that promote that. So, to fix up some of these systemic changes that we think are going to be terrible. And then finally, develop new care plans for individuals who might have had resilience or lower likelihood of good outcomes after some kind of stressful event. So again, identifying differences between older adults and how some might do great and some might do poorly, and we really have to not just throw everybody into the same bucket. I think that we can make some differences through our clinical translational work and biologic aging. So with that, I will acknowledge our NIA-funded Older Americans Independence Center and a huge grant from the NIA to get us to where we are. I think we will do very well down the road with this, and I'm excited about presenting it to you hopefully next year. And again, thanks for the great invitation. I greatly appreciate it, and hope to see you soon. Sorry I couldn't come.
Okay, it's quite inspiring, right? So if you have any question, please send your question by email to him, okay? Don't ask we too, okay? Okay, the last last speech will be presented by Dr. Wang Zhenyu. She was graduated from Department of Pharmacy, National Taiwan University, and received master's degree of clinical pharmacy and the PhD degree of pharmacy from National Taiwan University. He has clinical and research experiences before becoming the current research staff. He is now the assistant investigator of National Center for Geriatric and Welfare Research, National Health Research Institute, Taiwan. Her research interests focus on polypharmacy, osteoporosis, pharmacoepidemiology, health, economic and outcome research, and community health promotion. She won several research awards, and I believe she will become a star in the near future. Today, she will give us a talk titled as A Patient-Centered and Engaged Medication Optimization Project to alleviate drug-related problems in community-dwelling older adults. Let's welcome Dr. Wang.
Thank you for that kind introduction. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jui-Yuan from National Center for Geriatric and Welfare Research. And today is my honor to be here and present my study about my pharmaceutical care. That is a patient-centered engaged medication optimization project, which in order to alleviate drug-related problems in community during older adults. I have no conflict of interest to disclose, but I want to acknowledge all the financial support from our Center for Geriatric Welfare and National Health Research Institute, and also the National Taiwan University Hospital Union Branch. And in the beginning, I want to introduce the HOPE study, because our pharmaceutical care is under the infrastructure of the HOPE study. And the HOPE is named from its study aim to improve the healthy longevity and aging in place, which is a community-based multi-domain health promotion program under a cluster randomized control study design. And launched in September 2021 in Yunlin, a rural county in Taiwan. And we are now here in Taipei, and Yunlin is in the middle Taiwan. So there are some pictures of Yunlin. The Yunlin is agriculture-based and with a large age population, while relatively rural with poor transportation. And this makes it more difficult for the elderly to search for their medical cares and even the daily nutritious meals. So therefore, the governments in Yunlin launched the congregated meal service in the community activity centers. As the picture, you could see the elderly could gather together to enjoy their lunch and to conversation with his neighbor and friends. So this service is very popular in our elderly people. And by this way, we could also deliver various healthcare promotion activity directly into the community. Healthy longevity and aging in place, the HOPE study integrates the osteoporosis, sarcopenia, risk assessment and treatment, and also the nutrition evaluation, polypharmacy intervention, exercise training, and also welfare support. And in this today's presentation, I will focus on our pharmaceutical care, mainly to alleviate the drug-related problem and anticholinergic burden. The study integrates total 30 communities in Yunlin, and until now it already performed for 2 years. And in these 2 years, we have hundreds of health evaluations in the communities. And you can see the picture here. The bus is the DESA bus. Then we drive the DESA bus directly into the community. And this is very interesting that in Yunlin there is many temples. So it's a very interesting finding. You can see the advanced technology together with the traditional agriculture. Okay. So during this part, we do many screening. Many evaluation, and after the evaluation, we will provide them the feedback reports about the lectures and many interaction with the elderly in the community, and also introduce many kinds of exercise training programs in the community. This is the conceptual framework of our pharmaceutical care. And first, our geriatric research team will collects the data from the elderly in the community directly, including their baseline characteristic, drug information, adverse drug reaction, and interview for their adherence. And this information will send back to the pharmaceutical care team in National Taiwan University Yunlin branch. And the pharmacists there will go the comprehensive drug review, especially for their drug-related problems and also their anticholinergic burdens. And then we will feedback in the community by giving the patient-specific report, a one-on-one consultation, or the healthy literacy promotion. Under a cluster randomized control study design, it means the elderly are included in the study after their drug information collection. They were randomized into the pharmaceutical care group and the usual care group. And both groups will undergo assessment. However, only the pharmaceutical care group will receive the interventions. And we measure many outcome aspect, but in this presentation, I only focus the drug-related issue. Okay, and this is the concept of our interdisciplinary community-based care model. It contains 3 steps. The first step is data collection in the community, which was performed by the pharmacy and nurse in the community. And then in the second step, the evaluation and advice were performed in the clinical pharmacy in hospital and sometimes the physician. And they will identify DRP and anticholinergic burden, evaluate the benefit and risk, and generate advice and care plans. And finally, we will feedback to the in the community, and that was performed by the pharmacist and nurse in the community. And we will deliver advice and sometimes one-on-one consultation and follow-up for further assistance and clinical outcome. And in this study, the pharmacists were designed to the same community in order to establish the stable relationship and familiarity between the pharmacist and the elderly in the community. And there are some pictures of our interventions. is the baseline characteristic. The mean age is about 75 years old, and the female is the majority. And there are almost 45% of patients living alone or living with spouse, and nearly 65% of them with low education level, lower than elementary school. And the most common comorbidity is hypertension and diabetes. And what's it to know is over 50% of them with poor medication adherence and polypharmacy. So we focus on the drug-related problem because it contains all problems which will interface the effectiveness and all the safety of the drug therapies. So in our data, we found polypharmacy was increased almost 5.5 times risk of the DRP, and DRP will also increase almost 2.5 times risk of the composite outcomes, including the 4-factor unplanned hospitalization and death. So we use the Pharmaceutical Care Network Europe, our DRP coding system, to systematically classify, record, and effectively treat our DRP. And this is a common language for communication or research. So all the problems can categorize into the treatment effectiveness related or treatment safety related. And all the problems were defined in 5 components about the kinds of problem and also their causes of problem and the intervention we give and the acceptance of the patient, and finally the outcome status of the DRP. So this is the 1-year result. We identified about 300 DRPs in this study, and we could find the most common type DRP is adverse drug event possibly occurring. And the other one is the effect of drug treatment not optimal. And the cause is, the most common cause is patient's behavior related. And the other one is the drug selection. And the third one is the treatment duration is not optimal. So in our study, we found in rural community, patient-related factor that deteriorate problem of polypharmacy is all kinds of factors such as like their low health literacy and double failure spouse, and also their healthcare fragmentation and poor drug storage habits, and also their self-acquired over-the-counter drug, herb, and supplements. And finally is their limited care resource or transportation, or will introduce some drug-related problems. So we document our drug-related problem every 6 months, and you could see the number of drug-related problems accumulated. And if the problem is totally solved, it will locate in the upper right corner. So you can see in the pharmaceutical care group, there are 65% of DRP solved in the 12 months. However, there was only 30% in the control group. So we do some previous research analysis. We found between the 2017 and 2022, a previous research addressing the DRP, and they adopt the PCNE DRP system to document their DRP. Most of this study is launched in hospital or nursing home, and under a single arm before and after study design, and with fewer sample size and low follow-up period. However, and it's worthy to know that only 6% of this previous research report the outcome of DRP. So the pharmaceutical care of hope is a real, very cherished program because it can take place in the rural community and under randomized control study design, and with a repeat is a regular follow-up every 3 to 6 months for total 48 months. And we do many interventions to the old people in the community, so we could check their outcome status of DRP. And in the second part, I will share the anticholinergic burden, because in this year's conference theme is the biomarkers. So I wonder where there is a biomarker in my epidemiology and implementation research. But I think the acetylcholine is a kind of biomarker. And I think the drug which inhibits the acetylcholine and contribute to the anticholinergic burden is also a kind of marker which is associated with many negative clinical symptom outcome. So I will present some study about our anticholinergic burden assessment. So just like the picture, the drug with anticholinergic burden will result in the elderly, make them feel very hard and sometimes tachycardia or shaker or dry mouth, constipation or blurred vision. It's a common side effect about the pharmaceutical care. And previous very well-established evidence has shown that drugs with anticholinergic effect were associated with many kinds of negative outcomes, such as the decreasing cognitive or physical function, and also increase the fall and emergency room visits. And if the patient was to use one or more medication with anticholinergic effects, they could have the accumulated effect of anticholinergic. So we call that anticholinergic burden. It means ACB in this study. So there are many important evidence that do research and published in very nice journal already show that anticholinergic burden was associated with factor-specific hospitalization, dementia, and recently the researchers in National Chang University doing a very nice, very sophisticated study design to evaluate the current use of anticholinergic burden may increase the risk of acute cardiovascular events. So there are many nice real-world evidence now. But in addition, in our study, we want to understand the anticholinergic burden and the intrinsic capacity, the association. Because when we lose the intrinsic capacity, the older people may characterize by the manifestations such like difficulty in hearing, seeing, activity, impairing in nutrition intake, and cognitive function. So this is the figure shows the 6 main domains of the WHO proposed intrinsic capacity. And because the medication with anticholinergic effect was associated with the decline in cognitive function and visual disturbance, so we want to see whether there are the association between anticholinergic burden and IC. And this is the baseline association, the baseline screening of the IC and baseline screening of the anticholinergic burden. And we could see when the anticholinergic burden increased, the IC score decreased significantly. And the phenomena is similar in all six domains, including the cognitive, limb mobility, malnutrition, visual impairment, and hearing loss, also the depression symptoms. However, there is only visual impairment and hearing loss have the statistically significant difference. And in this, and furthermore, we see the change is the longitudinal follow for 1 year. the change of the anticholinergic burden and the probability of increasing capacity progressed. And you could see that when the anticholinergic burden decreased compared to ACB no change, the anticholinergic decrease can significantly increase the increasing capacity, especially for the cognitive progress. That is statistically significant. So, just like previous mentioned, there are already many evidence show that anticholinergic burden was associated with many negative outcomes. However, intervention in reducing ACB are still very rare. And from 2010 to 2019, there were only 8 studies address this issue. And these studies all launched in urban or developed countries, or in a single hospital or nursing home with small sample size or short duration. Most importantly, this study without patients' involvement or preference. So in this study, we want to evaluate whether an interdisciplinary long-term community-based patient-centered pharmaceutical care model could reduce the anticholinergic burden in community during older adults. So in this part, we need to do the polypharmacy prescribing. There are 3 steps. The first step is we need to do the comprehensive drug review. And the second step is we need to identify inappropriate prescribing. And there are many tools can help us to identify. And we assess each medication for its eligibility to be discontinued, including no valid indications, part of a prescribing cascade, or the harm of a medicine clearly outweighs a potential benefit. And most importantly, is the symptom control medication is ineffective or symptoms have completely resolved. And this item is the most identified in our study, our trial. So, and in the third step is we perform the prescribing. We need to prioritize medication for discontinuation, and we implement and monitor medication discontinuation regimens. So there are many kinds of anticholinergic risk scales, and in 2015, Salahaden's researcher, they do a systemic review and they propose a composite rating scale. So in this study, we use the composite one. So we have 4 steps to describing our anticholinergic drug. The first step is identify anticholinergic drug. We use the Salahaden's proposed one in 2015. And in second step, we prioritize AC drug for discontinuations. We classify AC drug into 2 types. The first one type is the R type, which means this kind of drug is regularly used for chronic disease control according to clinical practice guidelines and evidence, such as the metformin, atenolol, diazoxide, or metoprolol. And the other kind is the S type. It means the drug used for symptom control, and patient could recover from symptoms, or the symptom could be modified by a specific treatment or lifestyle changes, such as the NSAID, antihistamine, or anti-ACE. So in the third step, we will identify whether there is any potential side effect. If the side effect exists, we will discontinue or switch to another AC drug or decrease the dose. And if there is no side effect for the R-type AC drug, we will continue and monitor. And if there is, however, for the S-type AC drug, we will go further to understand the benefit and risk of the drug for the patient by face-to-face consultation, including we ask whether the indication exists or the drug improve their symptom, and also the patient's actual use of the drug, and also patient's preference. And all this information together can help us to make the final decision about the discontinuation. Okay, and our primary outcome, we try to measure whether the proportion of discontinuation of AC drug after 6 months of intervention. And the discontinue means there is no prescription for the medication or the use of medication less than 3 times within the last month. Okay, this is our result. We found that among our elderly, there are 46% of them prescribed with medication with anticholinergic burden. And among this drug, when we categorize them, we found there are 66% of them is R-type and 33% is S-type. And the most used R-type is the metformin, atenolol, and diltiazem. And the most used S-type is the celecoxib, tramadol, and cassisoprol. So the discontinue rate in the 6 months is about 22% in the pharmaceutical care group. And however, there was only 40% in the usual care, but there is no statistically significant difference. However, when we stratify the anticholinergic drugs into R and S type, we could see because S type is the kind of drug we focus. So we found the discontinue rate is high. It's almost 60% in the pharmaceutical care, and there was only 35% in usual care. And there is a statistically significant difference. So this is the first community-based trial to manage anticholinergic burden in rural area, and we found the categorization of ACD could help us prioritize the medication to prescribe. And in addition, we found shared decision-making between the caregivers and the older adults is important for the prescribing. Okay, I want to share a slide to everyone here because I think everyone is doing very nice research. And in my field, I do the implementation of implementation science research. So we found many difficulties happen always. So you have to face solve problems when you are when you unexpect. So in our study, we found that the most important difficulty we need to face is the limited human resource and large time consuming. So, and next I will introduce our electronic supporting system. And this system is not in my study plan, but I need to develop this in order to do better pharmaceutical care. So in our study, we have several steps to screening, evaluation, and feedback. And the first, in the community, we collect their data. And the second step is we need to transcribe and interview survey results one by one into documentation, and also integrate cloud-based medication history. And the third step, when we deliver this information to the pharmacist, and the pharmacist do assessment, they review and assess the characteristic of each medication and scoring them individually. But because the information is heavy, so they need to survey results from different workshops. And finally, when the pharmacist finally do their evaluation, complete their evaluation, we need to do the pharmaceutical data compilation. because we need to calculate score for various pharmaceutical indicators and also establish a base report of the result in the community level. Because when we go back to the community to do the feedback or the consultation, we need to face all the community elderly. So, and finally, we generate personalized feedback, just like picture here. We will give each our elderly their personalized advice. And the table in the right hand show the when we do the consultation one-on-one, we have need to do the summary of their medical record. And this the processing of this table is very time-consuming. And finally, we feedback in the community. And however, every time we do feedback and consultation, we will get more information. So when we come back to our office, we continue to key in many information, such like their drug-related problem outcome and their self-preference of the discontinue of medication, etc. So it is the summary of our community screening for the pharmaceutical care. And this step will repeat every 6 months. So it is a lot of manual works. So we try to develop medical tracking system in a digitization operation. The objective is to automatic processing and make our service more time efficiency. Okay, so this is the drug, our medication tracing system, the interface, and the electronic health supporting system will automatically assess the characteristic of each drug, score them, and generate statistical reports. So we found that when we use traditional operation, we need almost 1.5 months to do all this evaluation. But when we use the digital operation, we only need about 2 weeks to finish all the steps. So it is very important for us to do more service and more timely and efficiently. Okay. This is my conclusion. So the drug-related problem was very serious in elderly in rural community. We could see they are living, 20% of them living alone, and 30% is illiteracy, and over 50% with poor adherence and polypharmacy, and nearly 60% of them with anti-cholinergic burden. So the community-based pharmaceutical care model, which engage patients in shared decision-making process, or prioritize drug for discontinuation, such as the RNS type, and through the interdisciplinary teamwork and long-term assessment follow, could effectively improve drug-related problems and reduce the burden of S-type AC drug. And in addition, the ACP decrease was significantly associated with cognitive function improvement. So in further strategy for managing declines in IC should monitor the use of anti-cholinergic burden drugs. And finally, to deliver care efficiently and timely, an electronic system for pharmaceutical care is important. Okay, and I want to thank all the supervisors, doctors, and pharmacists in the National Taiwan University Hospital Yunlin branch, and also our National Health Research Institute, the HOPE Research Group members. And thank you for all your attention.
Thank you for your interesting talk. I'm wrong. You will become a superstar in the near future.
Hello, please introduce yourself first and then your comment or question.
Okay.
Okay, hello. I am Jonan, and I'm from HR. I am a postdoc right now. I have a question for Professor Chang, and thank you for your very inspiring talk. And my question is, did you consider analyzing the data the opposite way, using the group strengths to predict loneliness? Because maybe the group strength is an indicator of social employment, and this may predict the degree of loneliness later. Thank you.
Thanks for your question. What we did was we controlled for baseline grip strength. And so, yeah, so that took care of the risk causality.
Dr. Rai from Japan. I have a question to Angelique. So you mentioned it's very difficult to intervene loneliness. I think social isolation and loneliness are different, meaning. But social isolation is a risk factor for loneliness, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. But will the risk affect loneliness? Social isolation affect loneliness or no effect whatsoever?
Well, they're related, but we have, I mean, when you look at older adults living with children without a spouse, they're more lonely than older adults living alone. So older adults living alone may be a little bit more resilient. So there's kind of a self-selection there.
But there's a gender difference, right?
Yes, there's a gender difference.
Men feel more loneliness compared to women.
Yes.
And during the COVID-19 pandemic, social isolation is a big issue in many advanced developed countries. So in Singapore, have you experienced the increased social isolation and how the impact of loneliness during the pandemic?
Yeah, the pandemic definitely socially isolated people. We didn't have as bad a lockdown as I was discussing in Malaysia, but we have seen an increase in suicide since the pandemic among the older persons. But I haven't studied the link.
I have a question to Chen-Yu. So in Taiwan, I think older people can see a lot of doctors. How about the pharmacist? They need to use a single pharmacist or they can use multiple pharmacists?
Thank you for your question. In Taiwan, in general, they can also have many pharmacists because the pharmacist is maybe if the patient go to the hospital, so they will receive their medication in the hospital pharmacy. So they will have also the education from the pharmacist in hospital. But they can also refill their medication in the community. So they can also interact with the pharmacists in the community. So many pharmacists for our patients.
So it's hard to pick out the polypharmacy or anticholinergic burden.
You mean if the patient
yes, if there are many pharmacists and if there's no interaction between the pharmacists, it's hard to manage polypharmacy or PIMs.
Yes, thank you. It is a very important but very difficult question. Indeed, pharmacists could do the comprehensive drug review, can do many work for these patients' medication, especially for the patient go to many different doctors. So pharmacists play an important role in this. But I think in my doing this research, in my experience, I think we should do some more infrastructure change. Maybe the anti-energy burden can calculate in the hospital system. When the doctor prescribes, and we have a cut-off point of 3 points. When the anti-energy burden is over than 3 points, and it is more significant associated with the negative outcome. So when doctor prescribe, maybe the system will have a remind or worrying, etc. Use the system to improve this problem together. Because I think the human resource is the most important problem I face.
In Japan, we used to use hospital pharmacists and clinic pharmacists to prescribe the medications, but nowadays the government encourages the use community pharmacy or pharmacist to prescribe. So, and also the government recommend primary care pharmacist to take care of all the medication in a single pharmacy. So that would be very efficient to, change the medication, but still, pharmacists are not so well trained for polypharmacy, so we need more educational program to improve the awareness or the level of pharmacists in the community.
Yes, I very agree with your opinions. We still have many aspects need to improve. In addition to the education of the pharmacists, also the prescribers. But in Taiwan, we pharmacists cannot do the prescribing. So all we can do is give advice to the doctors. And so I think the concept of such drug-related problem and energy burden is very important for the prescriber doctors.
Yeah. In Japan, pharmacists can send advice to the doctors, but most of the doctors not willing to take the opinion of pharmacists. So it's very difficult to change the mind of doctors. It's a big problem. Well, I'm very open-minded. I'll change the pharmacy medication depending on the opinion of a pharmacist.
Yes, Jean Wu from Hong Kong. Let me just follow up on that. You're doing great work. I mean, but you pointed out, you showed a slide of a mountain in the distance, right? I mean, this is exactly the question. You found all these methods, but how are you going to implement, i.e. stop de-prescribe, right? Difficult to change the mind of the doctors, also the patients. If it's not the doctor prescribed the medicine, so they religiously follow that, and it is a major behavior change for somebody else to stop it, even for nurses. So I think that's a major issue. They have very strange ideas as well, so you could educate them, but then they find it difficult to stop whatever the doctor gives them. So to me, that's always been the major barrier for de-prescribing. I mean, somehow the doctors have to do it. And so really, the important thing is to change the mindset of doctors, because they don't have time to look at all these things. And you've got to have a system that pings them when they do prescribing. So that's a comment I want to make. Then I'm just interested in Professor Chan's social determinants. In most health outcomes, there's a social gradient, whether it's chronic disease, depression, etc., which is related to socioeconomic position, and also, well, people talk a lot about deprivation. For example, Marmot's report, right? Deprived societies. What about loneliness? Did you find a social gradient in loneliness? Or perhaps Singapore is like Hong Kong, it's so compact, you don't have deprived areas.
Yeah, I would say we don't have deprived areas because of the way our infrastructure housing is built. But one of the things that we did find that was interesting is that higher educated individuals were more likely to report being lonely. And I think it has to do with a lack of purpose and meaning after retirement, after age 65, because our average life expectancy is 84.5 years. So that was a very interesting finding.
The Singapore government was very enlightened in that they focus on sort of discouraging retirement early a long time ago. They encouraged people to continue doing work, voluntary and so on, very active in promoting voluntary work.
Yes, they encourage volunteerism, but at the moment only about 12% of people above the age of 60 volunteer. So there's still a long way to go. And the government encourages working longer, but the employers don't want to hire older people, and they can get cheaper, faster labor from other places. So there's a big mismatch.
I would also like to comment about Professor Tsai and Professor Wu about social isolation and loneliness. Yeah, it's very complicated. For example, if you stratify by the gender and the education level, and I mean in Taiwan, you will find a higher education level older adults, they may enjoy live alone or alone. A little bit social isolation. So it's not necessary social isolation become the loneliness or depression. So and also if you stratify by gender, the result different. So we have a cohort study in the Yunlin County also. They study the people, how their living status and family and support, social support and social participation, and the loneliness and the health outcome. So in the later we can have a further result to share with all of you. And yeah, Professor Chen.
I have a question to ask Dr. Tsai and a comment on Dr. Zhang. My question for Dr. Tsai is, you mentioned one strength of your TLSA comprehensive public health screening strategy is to combine questionnaire with functional assessment. But you probably like to elaborate a little bit because to some extent, most screen activity in Taiwan now is combination of these two, like the picture shown by Dr. Wang in Union, when you have bus with many healthcare personnel, so they can do both questionnaire and many functional assessment. So I think you probably like to say, under what kind of context that kind of screening is better, because if you combine questionnaire with functional assessment, then you need better training for the screener, right? And also, you probably like to say, under what kind of context the method you mentioned is better or more efficient. Otherwise, it's probably not easy to compare because it really context dependent. And my comment on Dr. Zhang is, you say the loneliness only have effect on male because they have a similar. But when I look at your slide, your male estimate and female estimate is very similar. One is 2 point something, female is 1.9. The only difference, the male have a p-value less than 0.05, but female is 0.08. So if I'm wondering, because it didn't say how many female in your study, if you have a sample with more female, then you probably make the same conclusion, because I don't see any really a difference between the two sexes.
Thank you for your questions. I made an example. And for example, the first one I show on the PPT is I would like to use the ring test instead of asking the self-report visual impairments. I think it is quite more efficient using the objective test rather than the subjective. And it is the similar like the senior test and the, for example, the gait 6-meter walk test instead of using the scarf or other tests for the frailty. So we know that there are many number of screening tests simultaneous in Taiwan. So maybe in reality, we may combine 3 or 4 tests, for example, the annual health test and the sarcopenia test and many tests, and do it at the same time when we visit in the community. But I think some of them can be depleted.
Well, what I try to point out is it really depends on context. For example, if you have only one person and you go to a village, many elder people, so you would like to quickly pick up people with problems, then you just this the questionnaire and then you only focus on those possible problems. But you have more time, you have more personnel, then you try to do individual working tests. So when you like to make that kind of conclusion, you probably need to describe your context more clear and make the right comparison. Otherwise, it's really difficult to compare because it depends on your purpose, right? How many time, how many personnel you have. So that's my point.
One of the things that I wanted to clarify about our cohort study, and that's why I'd like to appeal to the biologists in the room in terms of what we can do with the cohort, is that it's a random sample of Singaporeans, so it's nationally representative, and we go to their home. The only people we can't interview are people who cannot give verbal consent. So we miss those who are feeding tube. Our ethics review board says we cannot. For dementia, we can interview a proxy or legal representative. And what I'm trying to say is I guess the sample that we have by going to the home is different from people who come to the clinic or come for screening. Because the people who come to the clinic are pretty far along in their illness, and people who come for screening can walk downstairs and go for screening. But there are a lot of people that we're missing. But in the type of work that we're doing, we can actually find them. So I think it would be very interesting to work alongside the biologists and look at aging biomarkers, because we have contact with soon 10,000 people above 60. So in answer to your question about female-male differences, the sample is 51% female and 49% male. I agree with you, the effect sizes are not that dissimilar. So I think what we want to go back and do is look at interactions with gender and try and see actually what is going on to try and unpack those differences.
This is Okuchi from Japan. I have a question to Dr. Tai. I'm very impressed that your innovative way to screen the frailty. And I just wondering if you don't use, if you think like you have a dependent variable, and based on the dependent variable, you were choosing that test, right? But have you ever think like use principal component analysis or self-organized machine learning? I mean, if you decided some kind of dependent variable, you lose a little bit information. So if have you ever tried to think about that?
Yeah, actually we use a stepwise logistic regression method I totally agree with you. We can use the lasso regression. This is a machine learning algorithm. And I think because we not choose the dependent variables by ourselves, we use the algorithm, and we mostly connect or select all the variables just described in the TLSA. So you can see that the scales are composed of the age, the most predominant factors of the frailty, and the other quite specific factors like female or the oral health. So it is a composite scale. But I agree with you, we can use other methods to select this factor. And the PCA, like you mentioned, is a great method, but it will be like the endpoint will be the clustering of the results. But we want to figure out the simple or several factors.
Right. So I thought frailty is multi-component, so you don't have to pick up one of them. Just use all the information and pick up more the informatic one, I think.
I've got a question for Dr. Chan regarding the loneliness. Is there any report of what do they do during the day? My guess, and that will be my undocumented guess, is that they do less things and less physical activity. Therefore, the grip strength findings could be just an indicator of the conditioning.
So we actually controlled for number of chronic diseases and disability in the regression.
Disability, but not physical activity.
No, not physical activity. We have that, so we can try that.
Yeah, because that would be probably a good way to correct it.
Yeah. The thing about loneliness is it's an individual's interpretation of the world. So feeling left out is an individual's interpretation, and also feeling you lack companionship. So it will be interesting to look at physical activity, but I think there's also some personality traits that are associated with loneliness. I have a colleague here who's looking at neuroticism and has a very strong association with loneliness. So we're trying to figure that one out.
Okay, the last question from Dr. Tsai.
Yeah, this is Chen-Yu from NHRI. I have a question to Dr. Chang. We all agree that the loneliness is a very important issue for the older people. However, what is the strategy, intervention strategy? I remember you mentioned about the social engagement, but you also mentioned that the loneliness may not be improved when you are living with your family or your friends. You may still feel very lonely when you are in the crowd, right? So what is the best strategy to intervene those who have the loneliness feeling?
So I think there's a systematic review that came out in 2022, and they listed the most effective interventions being animal therapy and digital interventions. But looking at the samples that they worked with, they're not representative or they're very, very small. So I think there's a lot of room to do, randomized controlled trials with larger samples that are representative of the population, and then do some kind of digital intervention. In fact, we just wrote a proposal to do that. Because I think culturally the interpretation of loneliness may differ. And the proposal we wrote was with University of Tokyo and Oxford. So we're trying to compare Singaporeans, Japanese, and the British to see both qualitatively and quantitatively, what does loneliness mean and what are some of the predictors over time. And then create archetypes of lonely people. I showed you personal mastery and depressive symptoms, and social networks differ by levels of loneliness. We can't treat all lonely people as the same and think we're just going to intervene by getting them to eat together or do activities together. So if we can identify subgroups, we can then target interventions better. I think that's what hasn't been done yet. And so your ministers for loneliness in Japan and UK, I haven't seen any results.
Okay, time is up. On behalf of the organizing committee, we have some gifts and appreciation for the speakers.